Okay. Everything looks good. Well, good morning, who all is already here. So, pretty excited about this magnolia blossom. It just has the perfect lighting, and there's not too much color. There's a little bit of green in it. The background, as I'm looking at it, is just going to be nice, and I'm going to work really hard to try to make sure it almost has that airbrushed look. So I'm pretty excited about that. So we'll give it, let's see, it's about 8:48. So, we'll give it to about 9 before I really get painting. And because I'm doing all of this in just one go, I'm gonna take it easy and relax a little bit, and just know that it's gonna be available as a replay. And if you're new, I'm pretty accessible. You can usually reach me through email or Facebook or even YouTube. I'm all there is, so I don't have any assistance. So sometimes it takes me a little while to, if I'm having a long day, to get back to people. But I'll try to get everybody's questions answered. Let's see. Sue, love the colors in the image. Yeah, aren't they beautiful? I actually took a couple of different photographs and I combined them. Well, let me back up a little bit. I actually made that background in Photoshop. I have probably 10 different backgrounds, and all I have to do is just change colors, especially when I want really beautiful soft blends. And then I'll just substitute it in another image and maybe change a few things around. So, and then I had a whole bunch of magnolia blossoms from when years ago my husband and I worked in New Orleans for a while. There was a huge hailstorm and he was doing hail. So I got to go around, just take all kinds of pictures. So hi Claudette, I see you. Oh good. Yeah, so this is going to be really exciting. It's just, yeah, soft, beautiful colors. One thing I really like about this image, and this is for all of you, there's not a ton of detail. There's, as I'm looking at those back petals, we're going to be mixing grays, and, we don't have a lot of veins that are showing. The only thing that probably has just a little bit of detail is that little center. I'm not a biologist. It's either a pistil or a stamen, but that's the only thing that we're gonna mask out before we get started on the background. And something else I didn't do was, and let's see. Oh, Shruti, good evening. Yeah, it's you must be somewhere obviously where it's the evening. And Smitha, good morning from India. Hello. Good morning. Yeah, so anyhow, as soon as everybody starts getting closer, then I'm going to pull the image up, and we'll talk a little bit about it. And so I'm just going to ramble here for a few minutes. I actually got a new photo program, and it was relatively inexpensive, and I absolutely love it. I think it's called Affinity. I have to pull it up. Yes, Affinity Photo. And what I love about it is I can very easily make separations. So this is going to be something new I'm going to share with you so that I can help you get an idea of what layering is, and for anybody new, and what colors I'm seeing in the image. And so, believe it or not, I have not really done a whole lot. I haven't really looked at the image a lot. I think it's a good thing that you see how I work through how I'm going to start a painting. And so we are going to start out. I'm going to talk about the 3 colors, and we're actually going to be doing a color wheel. Now, some of you may think, oh my gosh, how boring. Why are we doing this? I look at it as a form of like a pre-warm out, like if you were exercising. Now, I know the colors that we're using. I know the 3 transparent staining colors that we're using. But if I were to be starting out, and I wasn't sure what blue to use or what red to use, I would make the color wheel and I would try to start mixing those colors that I see in the image. And so we're skipping a little bit of that part, and I'm going to be showing you right away how we do this color wheel and how we're going to use this like a recipe card. We are going to mix the colors, and then I'm going to show you how they apply to the painting. We're going to try to look at an area in the background and in those branches and the green leaves and those really, really dark magenta rose areas. And we're going to try to mix those colors as close as we can on that color wheel. And then that's what's going to create the recipe card. And honestly, I do that for every image, even if I've used those colors over and over and over again, which I do. But you know what? It's a warm-up. It's a good way to get started instead of like opening up the front door and just taking off at like the maximum speed that you can run at. That's really hard. You have to kind of build up to things. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. So I'm just going to take it easy and show you everything that we are going to do and let you see how I'm going to work through this in my head as we paint it. And let's see who's showing up. Rose, good morning from Baja, Mexico. Hi. Shilpi. Hi, Shilpi. And Shannon. Good morning, Shannon. Good to see you again. I feel like I haven't painted like forever, but really it was only about a month ago that I did that the last Zoom workshop. So, and Nancy from Ottawa, Canada. Hi, welcome aboard. And Shilpi is from Vienna. Been learning a lot about Vienna lately. And she is actually a really good artist in her own right. So I'm excited that she's getting to watch. And from Poland, wow. And then from Central Texas, Lynn. Hi, Lynn. And Diana from Sun City. Hi. And Pat from New Brunswick, Canada. Hi, everyone. Oh, excuse me. Boy, I'm excited. There's a lot of people this morning. How fun. Cindy from La Quinta. Hi, Cindy. I will be there almost all of February. I'll be traveling back and forth from Prescott to be doing a couple of workshops there. So I'm pretty excited about that. And Jeannie, good morning. Barbara, good morning from Central Pennsylvania. Wow. Northern Michigan. Isn't it wonderful when from all over the world we can just join together and do something fun and uplifting and hopefully not too stressful for any of you. This is what I always hope the internet will be, is just so that we can all get together and just enjoy our time together and paint and just have some fun. So, oh my gosh, Alpharetta, Georgia. Very exciting. All right. There's a lot of people. Oh, England. RR, morning from England. Hello. One thing I'm glad about is we have good weather here today, so I feel like I will be able to stream just fine. Hopefully won't have any breakdowns, and I guess everybody can hear me fine, so that's good. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to just put the image up. No, I'm not. I don't have it separate. So let's see. I have it on this screen. Okay. So you can see the image up in the corner, and you can see that there's just a lot of, really soft blends. And maybe, oh, Shannon, good morning. Maybe what I should do first for anybody that's new is, as I'm doing this, I just want to talk a little bit about why I do this. So as I do this, I'm going to be talking a little bit about why. And you can see over here in the corner that I have my palette. And for anybody that's new, I use a very, very small palette because I have super limited space on this screen. So I have to divide it up carefully. It's most important that you see what I'm painting and what I'm doing. But this is a good way for you to see my colors, and you see how I'm mixing. And one of the reasons why I keep it off on a separate screen is because if I had it just on this screen, sometimes when I blow, my filming up, it's a little bit harder for you to see that. So I keep that off on a separate camera. And of course I have the image up in the corner. But really what you want to do is make sure that you have that image where you've either printed it out or you have it on another screen. I think it's really hard to just try to depend on, say, that image right there. It's so small. Yeah, so try to do that. Okay, so I mentioned this a little bit before as I started this live stream. What I like to do is do these color recipe cards, especially when you are using 3 colors. And let's quickly talk about the colors. So I am using Nickel Azo Yellow. This is Pigment Yellow 150. It is a very transparent staining yellow, and the more water you add, it gets to end up being these lovely warm colors. And yet it can also be dark, like Quinacridone Gold. So it's almost like it does double duty. So I'm going to put some fresh color on my palette. And the next color that I'm going to be using is Quinacridone Rose. Quinacridone Rose is a little bit cooler. I'm sorry, it's a little bit warmer than the Quinacridone Magenta that I use a lot, but this is such a beautiful, gorgeous red, and it's just like Magenta in that it mixes and makes lots of beautiful, all the in-between colors. And then Ultramarine Blue. I love Ultramarine Blue because this triad, I make the most beautiful florals from this triad. And this is Ultramarine Blue. It is PB29. That's the pigment identification number. And these are all from M. Graham. That's my favorite company. They use honey as a humectant, and my colors stay nice and moist for, quite a few days. I live in the upper Arizona, central Arizona, and we get really dry weather. So these are the colors we're going to be painting from. They're very transparent and very staining. And believe it or not, we're going to get all of those colors in the image that I'm painting. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm adding some water to my yellow. You know what I just noticed? Unless I want to take the time, I've got to... I am going to take the time. Give me just a second here. My hand's on the wrong side and the blue's on the wrong side. So give me just a sec here. Let me get that switched and moved over. There we go. It's coming back. Almost. All right, there we go. Now it looks correct. Okay. So what I want to do, and again, this is all about a warm up for your painting. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come up, and I've labeled the top, and I've skipped 3, and then the Quin Rose, skip 3, and then the Ultramarine Blue. So in the top one, And I'm not going to make this perfect. I want to get right to painting as quickly as possible. But if any of you have to leave, remember that this live stream will be available as a replay. So now I'm going to pick up some of my Quin Rose and I'm going to put it in this spot. And again, maybe some of you didn't hear me say this. You may think that this is what's the point, but again, it's like opening up the front door if you're going to go on a run, a jog, and you just sprint right out the door. You know, you kind of have to have a warm up. And even though you may not believe me that I say I do this every time, and not when I'm painting on the painting, but when I first start the painting or I'm trying to figure out what 3 colors to use, this is what I always do. It helps me really look at that image and really look at those colors. Okay, so I've got my the primary colors, and now I'm going to start filling in the intermediates. So these are the secondary colors. So I'm going to go right across from, no, wait. I don't want to mess my palette up too bad right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this and I'm going to start filling in all these colors. So what I want to get is a red orange. I want to get an orange and I want to get a yellow orange. So the first thing I'm going to do is right across from my ultramarine blue, I'm going to mix an orange as best as I can get an orange. Now, even though my Quin Rose it's not a red, that's what we're calling our red. This is almost like what a printer's palette would be, using those 3 colors to print out, say, a magazine. And so to mix all the other in between colors, you have to mix them. You have to get those colors to mix together. So I feel like I've got a very beautiful orange right there. It's very vibrant. One thing about Quin Rose versus magenta is because the rose is a little bit warmer than magenta. In other words, it leans more to this side, then the magenta leans more towards the blue side. What's great is you get really vibrant yellows and yellow oranges. So I'm going to go ahead and go right in between here, and I feel like that's a pretty good orange. I'm going to do a little bit, I'm doing a little bit more, just upping the saturation on that Quin Rose. And actually I think, let me zoom in a little bit more. There we go. And now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do this red orange right here. And really, trust me, if you do this before you start a major painting, you're going to relax a little bit. You start getting used to that color. How is that color? Is it very strong? Is it weak? How does it mix with those other colors? Let's get a little bit more red in there. You might have a hard time seeing my color on the screen. That's one of the drawbacks to streaming. Wait, what did I say? Oh, hold on, Shannon. Debbie, are you sure about the Quin Rose being PR night? I'm sorry. Why did I say PR? PV. PV. Let me change this. PV. Pigment Violet 19. Sorry about that. I just looked over and glanced and saw my name in cap, so I knew I must have done something wrong. Okay, let's go back to this. I had a little bit of red. Okay, so I've got my orange, I've got my red orange, got my red, and now I'm going to come over here. I'm going to turn this a little bit so I don't get my hands in the paint there. So now I'm going to make a yellow orange. And again, this gives me a good idea of how do these colors work together. Do I need a color maybe because Maybe most of my painting might be reds and yellows that are really saturated. If so, that's going to affect what kind of red I use. And it's practice, and you're mixing colors. So I think I might need a little bit more of that. So I'm trying to make a yellow orange. And I think that's pretty yellow orange, and it's very vibrant. So now I'm going to turn it, and now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take my red and I'm going to take my blue, and now I'm going to start mixing those colors. I'm going to start with purple violet, whichever you want to call it. So I'm going to start with the middle color, which is right across from your yellow. So that means that's the complementary color. Just like my blue, my complementary color is that orange. So now I'm going to go ahead and mix what I think is going to be the most saturated, best violet I can make. And it doesn't matter if you want to start out with the blue or you want to start out with your Quin Rose. And I'm just mixing right in there. You can actually mix on your palette if you want, if you're a little bit nervous about mixing on your paper. It's just up to you. This is how I like to do it. Oops, I grabbed yellow. Let me grab some blue. I'm just going to touch it, and here's where you really see on these darker valued pigments, colors, what's going to happen. So far I'm getting a lovely dusky violet. Now, if that spot for my primary color had have been Quinacridone magenta, this would have been a very, very vibrant purple. But as I look at that image, there really aren't too many vibrant purples in there. So I'm good with this. I'm going to add a little bit more, but it's still going to be a beautiful purple. And because the ultramarine blue has a little bit of granulation, that's going to give us some lovely effects in this flower. Honestly, one of the last floral paintings I did of some peonies, you might have all seen it. This is what I used, these colors, and they just make beautiful blends in flowers. Okay, so now I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to do a blue violet. So this time I'm going to put some blue down first, because I want it to be in between a violet and a blue. And if you don't get these exactly correct, that's okay. And if you're having even a little bit of trouble just distinguishing some of these variations, the tertiaries and then the secondary colors, you know, everybody's screen is a little bit different. So unless we have a special calibration unit, that's probably one of the only drawbacks to watching videos and live streams, is that this part you may have to, you know, really kind of think about how you want those colors to be. And I'm pretty happy with that. What I may want to do, though, is add a little bit more blue, because obviously it's a blue violet. So that means it's going to lean a little bit more towards that blue. And from looking down at my paper, it looks pretty nice. But now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to try to make a red violet. So there I have a blue violet. Now let's see what kind of red violet I get. And on this one, I'm going to add the red first because it's red violet. So I want it to lean more towards red. Just like between those, I wanted it to lean more towards blue. Now let's see what happens when I add just a touch of the blue. And I think I need more red. And again, for anybody who thinks that how boring this would be or how unnecessary, Wait till you start mixing those colors and then you think to yourself, wow, what an important exercise this is to do before you start on your main painting. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that. That is my red violet, and there's my blue violet. And I've got my violet right in the center. So I've got my complementaries there, and I've got them there, and now all I need to do is on this side, finish up some of those greens. So this time, I think, I'm gonna go ahead and add some yellow first. And there might be a few moments on the stream where you see it kind of stops for a minute. I've been working on that problem, and I'm not quite sure why it does that. I'm still working on that. It doesn't do that with Zoom, but it does with YouTube, and I don't know why. If anybody does, feel free, jump in, tell me some settings I need. I use OBS to stream, so for YouTube. Okay, so now what I want to try to do is I want to try to get a really, really good, just middle green. I don't want it to lean too far blue, and I don't want it to lean too far yellow. And then once I do this, I'm going to talk a little bit more about another reason why this is so important. Okay, let's add a little bit more. Now I have kind of a nice foresty green. Add a little bit more yellow. Add a little bit more blue. Which, this is going to be perfect, because when I look over at my magnolia and I look at those leaves aren't really, really bright. So I'm pretty happy picking the ultramarine blue. Had I have picked something like phthalo blue, green shade, these greens right here would have been very, very vibrant. But I don't need this in that picture. So I'm happy with using the ultramarine blue. Plus, I think that that's going to help make a great background. So now I'm going to go and make a blue-green. So I'm going to use blue. And I guess I might as well talk about it why I'm putting this blue down. But look around now at the colors I've created. And this is why I paint using 3 colors. I don't always use 3 colors, but if I have a really complicated painting, I'll always stick with my one yellow, my Nickle yellow, but I'll end up maybe adding in the phthalo blue and say the ultramarine blue. I need a little bit more blue there. But anyhow, the point is that as you're painting, you're looking around at all your colors and you're thinking to yourself, wow, I just created the whole color wheel from those 3 colors. And that's what you want to achieve. I can't tell you how quickly your painting will start progressing and how much better you're going to get when you concentrate on these 3 colors. And then you're learning to mix. And when you're learning to mix, you're starting to understand harmony. Why would these 2 colors go well together? Why wouldn't this color work well? And when you have a big palette with 30 plus colors, you're not learning anything. And that is how you don't create harmony in the painting, because where do you start, right? Well, I have 6 yellows. Which yellow do I use in this painting? Do I use these cool blues? Do I use these warm blues? Are my colors transparent? Are they staining? What are they? So that's why you start out simple, learn with a limited palette. Then you can, when you finally start understanding colors, you can then start adding in things or switching out your blues, switching out your red, switch out your yellow. And that will teach you more than anything that you can learn with a palette with all these beautiful colors that you want to buy. And trust me, I have them all. They're sitting in my cupboard. You know what? You can see why it happens. You see this color and it's labeled rainbow unicorn opera, and you think, oh, I want that color. That looks really cool. Or forest green or magical ocean blue. And that's how the paint companies market to you, and that's how they get you. They want you to buy all those colors. That's what they're in business. They're in business to sell paint. But half the time, you'll have all these colors on your palette and you don't even know what's there. And you don't even know what the properties of those colors are. How do they work together? Why I shouldn't mix opaque with transparent. How come I've created Bud? Well, that's usually one of the reasons why, is because you don't start out with this, and you don't start out learning how to create harmony with a simple, limited palette. So, ta-da, there we go. Could I make that green a little bit darker? Right there, I think so. Now that I'm looking around, I'm adding a little bit more of that blue to balance it out. So now I have a yellow green right there. And I think that maybe needs a little bit more also. So now I have a yellow green and I have my green, and there we go. See, right across from my Quinacridone rose. So that's the complement there. We've got our yellow and our violet complement, and there we've got our orange and our ultramarine blue. As my color's drying and I look at that orange, it is a little bit too close to this red orange. So it actually needs a lot more yellow. I should have gone a little bit easier on the red there, but you can see that it's a lot of practice to get these color wheels and to figure out what you're doing. Okay, so now that I've done that, what I'm going to do right in the center here, and let me say this about the color before I go any farther, and I should have said this to begin with. Make sure you start with fresh color, just like I did. I squeezed that color out. It is very hard to scrub your color and try to get the full saturation in dried out colors. So whenever I start my color wheel and I'm looking at my image, I have fresh color laid down. So let's try to see how dark of a value we can get. And I talk about this a lot. Any of you that have watched me, you know that I talk about this a lot. How do I get that dark value? You can call it black. I just really don't like the word black because nothing is really black when you look at it. It's just a super dark value of whatever color it is that you're seeing. But let's go ahead and do that. So I think what I'm going to do, and this is how I usually start it, I'm going to grab some very concentrated ultramarine blue there. Okay? And I'm going to stick this right in the center. I've got a lot. You can see how it's kind of thick. It's very thick because I want to get a nice dark value. And if I use a really watery color, I'm not going to get that. Okay, so I've got my blue down. Now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to pick up a little bit, nice thick red. See how thick that is? And I'm going to put that in there with that blue. Now I'm going to go over and pick up some very thick yellow. And I'm going to drop that in there. And ta-da! I created black, or a dark value. Now, watch what I can do with this. So I basically just took all three colors, right? Well, let's say I'm going to have a shadow and I want to adjust it a little bit. I'm looking at this dark value, this black, and I can see it's leaning a little kind of a yellowish black, so it's kind of warm. Well, let's say I want a cooler black. Let's pick up some more of that, of the ultramarine blue, and now let's pull it out over here, and look what I did. Now I have a black that is a lot cooler, and as I thin it out and I create grays, look at that. Now I have a Payne's gray. I dislike Payne's Gray. I never use it. I don't use tube blacks, and I don't use tube grays. I stick with my 3 colors, and it may be hard work, but that hard work pays off in the long run. You can see how I've created just gorgeous, beautiful grays with just these 3 colors, the very dark blacks and the grays. Now let's throw a little bit more red. Okay, and let's see what we come up with. Maybe a little bit more blue, maybe just a touch of that green, and let's see, maybe a little bit more red. Sometimes you have to play this. I mean, obviously I've been doing this for a long time, and look at this. Now look at the grays I have. Look at that. Now they're leaning a little bit more towards the red side. So just with those 3 colors, I have created these beautiful, beautiful dark values. I'm gonna go, I stole color from in there. And you're gonna have to play around with it, and you might get frustrated, but keep at it. Keep playing around, keep adding and adding until you get it just where you want it. And now you've learned, once you do that, think about what you've really learned. You're not having to buy Payne's Gray, and those grays that you've created, those dark values, are in harmony with this palette. They are harmonious with everything because you've created that with the 3 colors that you have on your palette. So I'm really liking that. So now I'm going to scoot my paper over a little bit, and let's really look at that image. And just like we were talking, I see in the background that there's some grays, and especially over in the left, and there's some beautiful unsaturated pinks that are almost like a grayish pink. Well, let's try to get that color. So just like I did there. And you know what, if you're not comfortable doing this on your paper like that, you could wet your paper first, you could try to mix the colors in there and then put it on your paper. But I'm just gonna do it like this. This time I'm adding the yellow first. Now I'm gonna drop in a little bit of red. And here's the other great thing about using transparent staining colors. You do not have to worry about creating mud. There is no mud in this gray, and that happens when you use opaque colors. When you start using opaque colors, if you start mixing more than 2, pretty soon you start getting these flat, dull colors that just look ugly. So now over here, I'm adding a little bit more water, and I'm kind of thinning it out. And I want to get really close to that very, very unsaturated pink. So obviously this looks a little on the blue side. So I'm going to come over there. I'm going to pick up some of that red. I picked up just a little bit because I want to try to build it slowly. Maybe a little bit more. Remember, this is my recipe card. I'm looking at that image and I'm trying to get close to what I'm seeing in there. And that's pretty darn close. It might need a little bit more red. And because I'm taking all 3 of those colors, and some I may use more yellow or more blue or more red, all 3 of those is creating everything. It's going to create everything we're seeing in that painting, and it's creating everything on this paper. So now I can even look at it and go, you know what? I'm looking at that image, but actually I'm seeing a little bit more yellow than the blue. I think it's leaning a little bit towards the warmer side. Nah, you know what? And the reason why I'm talking about this is because I want you to hear what's going through my head as I am trying to match those colors. I think that I added too much yellow, so what I want to go back over, pick up some more blue, and let's try to get it back to where it was. Let's pick up more red. Let's drop that in there. Ta-da! More blue. And look at that. Now I'm really starting to get that color that I'm seeing under that blossom. fact, maybe a little bit more blue. And that's all you have to do. Keep playing around with those three colors till you get close to what you're seeing in that image. And let's see, I'm going to stop for just a sec and see if there's any questions. And okay, Shilpi says, great palette. I'm very fascinated with your limited palette. And let's see. Oh, and talking, and then let's see, is it Barb? Somebody was talking about, Clouds in the Kitchen is talking about falling for the paint colors. Yep. It happens to all of us. Okay. So I feel like when we do the background, I know what I am going to need to do when I wet that background and I start dropping in colors. Now, so I'm going to pretend like I don't know anything about this palette. Now I can look and go, ooh, you know, that blue is really strong. Or, boy, I need to add a lot of red. Or, wow, yellow, very strong. Just a drop here or two. That is what's going to help me be successful in my painting. Just like you need a recipe to bake, you need a recipe to paint. So I'm going to go over to the side of that magnolia blossom, and I see that there's, on the right side, as the background's getting lighter, there is some little bit of yellows in those areas, kind of an unsaturated yellow. So what I'm doing is I'm dropping some yellow, and I'm going to add some red, because I see a little bit of red in there, but that's too bright. I'm looking at the side of that petal for that background color, and it's very, very, and there's a big difference when I say dull versus mud. Not mud, the color's just dulled down, or another word for that is very unsaturated. So how am I going to dull that down? I'm going to come over here, pick up a little bit of blue, just a little bit. I'm going to drop it in. I think maybe I need more red. One thing that you're going to discover by painting like this is you may find out that this palette that you picked initially doesn't work. I'm not talking about for this painting. I'm talking about if you're trying to pick colors for your painting. So you might say, ugh, this isn't working. I don't want to use these. I'm going to start over. I'm going to substitute ultramarine blue for a phthalo blue, or I'm going to substitute magenta for a quin rose. Now, in every single tutorial, I could go ahead and use the same colors, but I like to switch that out so everyone can see what a different color choice can do to your painting. So back over here, I'm still looking at that. You know, it's still too saturated, too yellow. I'm adding a little bit more red, and now I'm going to come over here and pick up a little bit more blue. And now I've created something closer to what I'm seeing in the image. Might have to add a little bit more red, might have to add a little bit more yellow, might have to add a little bit more blue. And you know what's amazing too is I'm adding these colors, nothing is dulling down. Everything is staying very transparent, and pretty soon you can see, and I'm going to tip this to the side, you can see how everything, you can almost see all three of those primary colors somewhere in these colors. So I know maybe on that one, I'm going to have to probably go, I don't know. I think I'm good. I think I've really picked up that yellowish color on the side of the magnolia blossom. And so same thing, I can go over here, right in this area, and I can try to create that beautiful red rose color that I'm seeing up above that magnolia blossom. And I can start out just light. And because that background is unsaturated, I don't want it to compete with the foreground. So I want to make sure that the colors that I know are going to become unsaturated. And so that's what I've been doing with all three of those. So again, I have the red. I'm going to add a little bit more. I'm going to add a little bit of blue. maybe more red. But look at, it's a little bit too bright for that area. So I'm going to drop in a little bit of yellow to kind of dull it down, a little bit more blue, a little bit more blue. See how I'm being very careful about using, just picking up a little bit more water. It's not, the colors are not as thick as they were in here. So I'm trying to imitate what I'm seeing in that background. And then see what happens when I spread that color out for the lighter areas. And I think that looks pretty darn close to what I'm seeing up in that corner. And then as I look more, I go, oh, look, I see an area with a little bit of blue. I'm going to throw some blue in there. I'm not going to let it blend out all the way. Just a little bit. Ooh, I'm going to pick up some more red. I'm going to make some of these areas a little bit redder. I'm going to pick up a little bit more blue. And look at that. So now, as I'm looking at that image, I'm creating all kinds of different things that I can see in that background. I'm not going to go back over what I see in the dark area where the branches underneath it, because we've kind of got that there. The only other thing I really need to focus on is that green area underneath those branches. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start out with some yellow. Okay. Oops, let me move that up a little bit. And let's add some blue. So I've got a kind of a green there. I'm going to add a little bit more, maybe even a little bit more in this area, maybe some more yellow here and there, kind of vary it a little bit. And I'm going to pick up just a watery mix of red. Just very lightly tone that green down. Because remember, just like in the middle, all three of those primaries together make a dark. So knowing that, you know that to dull down this color, you don't want it being very bright, add a little bit of that other color that you haven't mixed in yet. So now I can start playing around with it some more. Can add more blue, and then somewhere I can drop in some blue. Now I can drop in a little bit more yellow, maybe a little bit more blue, and just kind of let it all blend together, roll around, and then maybe pick up another small amount, maybe of the red. And see how as I add more, it dulls it down even more, and starting to get some nice greens going on. But now that I'm looking over that background, let's add a little bit more blue. See what happens when we blend this out with some blue. Going over underneath that other flower. So you can see how as I add and take away, there's red over in this area. I'm just creating just beautiful glowing colors for that background, and everything's mixing together and everything is looking harmonious. And that goes to, for those blossoms, all that's really going to take when we get to that point to make those really dark. I'm going to throw some red, very thick red. I'm looking at the blossoms now. So I put on some thick red. And I'm going to throw in a little bit of yellow, not too much. And now just a touch of blue. That was a little bit more than a touch. But what I'm trying to get, see that one really, really dark area right towards the center of the bud? That's what I'm trying to get to. And I think I need a little bit more blue. bit of yellow on this upper part. Maybe a little bit more rose up here. I'm trying to blend it out and see what happens when I thin that color out. And I feel like we're going to have, that's going to look really nice. I think I've got some nice dark areas. I can get that even darker by dropping in some more of that blue. And now, if you look at that very small blossom, how it's really, really dark, you can see what happened when I added in some of that blue. The tone of it is still red, but now it's a very, very dark value. I could even drop in some more red and mix that all up. Now it's going to spread out, and look at that beautiful blend. It's just gorgeous. And all this we've got from those three colors. I'm not too worried about, let me back this out a bit. I am honestly not too worried about the green, because we really created some nice greens right there for those leaves. But on those branches, that's basically what we're going to be doing. We're going to be getting those very, very dark values by just adjusting either the yellow, the blue, or the magenta, or the rose. So there you go. That's what I do before I paint, thinking about all those colors. How are those colors going to harmonize together? Would I be better off using a magenta instead of the rose? Would I be better off using phthalo blue instead of the ultramarine blue? And just by switching those out, you can have a whole different harmony in a painting. But these were the colors I chose, and that's what we're going to use, because I'm happy with that. And I think this is going to look good. So I'm going to put that, or I'm going to leave that here for a second, see if there's any questions. And let's see. Oh, Shannon, thank you. Sometimes I think I just ramble on, but thank you. I think you hearing me, how I think, in my inner dialogue, it really is important. It's not just what you're seeing, it's what you're hearing me talk about and how I'm working these things out. And trust me, when we get painting on this, if you haven't watched me before, you're going to see me make mistakes. And that's good though, because you're going to see me learn how to correct those mistakes. And let's see, RR says, I have started using your 3-color method with a painting I did a while ago, and it was amazing having to only mix 3 for all the varying colors I needed. Thank you so much. R stands for Rowena, by the way. Oh, nice to know. I'll try to remember that. And Sherry's saying, I'm having a hard time making that mix. Okay, Sherry, thank you for bringing up that question. For any of you that are having a hard time, that's good, because you're learning. Keep working on it. Keep working on trying to mix these colors. That's learning. That's what you're doing. You are learning how to mix colors. If you were just pulling out of your 30 color plus palette, you honestly are not going to learn much from that, and your painting isn't going to be harmonious. And something else I might note, when artists paint more and more and they start getting well known, believe it or not, their color palettes shrink to 3 to 5, maybe six colors. But some of the really great artists out there know that using a limited palette is how you learn your colors and how you start to build up beautiful harmony in your paintings. And nice, start with playing with colors and color wheels. Yes, it really is important. So, all right. And Mary says, we all make mistakes, and it is so great to learn how to correct those mistakes. Oh, I have to tell you, when I first started painting, I was so scared of making mistakes when I was teaching. And then I realized, you know what? Nobody wants to see somebody that's perfect, right? Nobody wants to see that. And before we get started, going any farther, I just wanted to show you too. It's in the little mini PDF booklet that was on the downloads, but I'm going to pull this out so you can see it. This especially is very important. If you are struggling, it possibly could be too the brand you picked. These are some of my brand color comparisons. These 4 brands are made up of one pigment identification number, PY150. P stands for pigment, Y stands for yellow. PY150, the chemical name is nickel azomethine yellow, and it was created in 1970. The common name is nickel azo yellow. Now, I love M-Gram. It's one of my favorites. But what I did a few months back is I got 4 different companies. And it is very, very difficult to find these colors when you go buy the pigment. Why? Because the watercolor companies do not want you looking at the pigment identification number. In fact, it's sometimes so hard to find. It's hidden. It's teeny, tiny, tiny right on the back. Even with my glasses, I have a hard time reading the tubes. What they want you to do is just look at their beautiful marketing name. So 4 different companies. This first one is M-Gram. They call it Nickel Azo Yellow. Winsor & Newton calls it transparent yellow, but it's the same pigment identification number. Daniel Smith calls it Nickel Azo Yellow, and Schmincke calls it transparent yellow. So I bought one of each, and I played with it, and these are the things that I found out. I still prefer M-Gram and the Winsor & Newton. Schmincke was okay. It had trouble flowing. Honestly, Daniel Smith looked kind of brownish. It was grainy. It was hard to apply the color, and it wasn't as vibrant as Winsor & Newton and M-Gram. So even when you're painting with a limited palette of 3 colors, you're still going to not match exactly what I have based on who you chose to get those pigments from. And one of the reasons why these all look so different is because depending on where they get their pigment from, these companies, and the carriers that they use, whether it's gum arabic, the plasticizers, whatever goes in that, ends up in how it flows onto the paper or what that pigment looks like. So anyhow, please take advantage of that. I've given you that sample, and give me just a second here to adjust my lighting. Okay. And I'm going to stop for a sec, and I'm going to clean out my water. I'll be right back. All right, I've got some clean water. All right, let's see. So I'm looking at my image. Give me a sec here. Just want to make sure. Okay. So what I'm going to do first, and we didn't talk about this much, I'm going to zoom in. I got a little bit too far. Okay, so I'm going to come over here, and I am going to mask out this little, again, I'm not sure what that is on a magnolia blossom, the little stamen or the pistil, but I am going to go ahead and I'm going to mask that out. So I usually keep a little container like this. And when you mask, and you don't have to do this, that is such a light area that it's not going to hurt if you don't. But what I really like about it is, let me get one of my tiny brushes. I love that they have these little, I don't know what those are. It's like almost like a little curly cue right on the edge. So I want to make sure I really get those in there. So I won't be using my good brushes. I'm going to go over and use an old brush. And this is just such a small area. I'm gonna roll my masking fluid around. Don't shake it if you do decide to do this, but this might be a good time too, if you're not gonna mask this little area out, to work on getting your color mixes. Let's see, okay. If you shake this, you're gonna get bubbles in your masking fluid. And then when you go to apply the masking fluid, the bubbles pop and it leaves a hole. Okay, so let's hope I can, oh yeah, it's probably clogged. Here we go. Just gonna dump a tiny bit out. There we go. Now, normally I would soap up my brush, but I'm not going to. I'm going to use my water and just rinse it quickly. It's not like I'm going to spend the next 3 hours masking this, so I'm not worried about ruining this brush either, because I have like 50 of these. They're just my brushes, my old brushes that I don't use anymore. And I'm painting, when I mask, I make sure I mask towards the inside of lines. I try not to do it the other direction. That way, the masking fluid doesn't make the edges look ragged. My favorite masking fluid is Winsor & Newton. This one is Daniel Smith. I bought this to try it out on my last painting. And it just happened to be sitting right next to me, so that's what I'm using. But you know, it dries pretty clear, which is what I liked. And it came off the paper really well. And I have a little free tutorial too about masking fluid. Trying to see if there's any other area that could be worth masking. And I don't, you know, so let's see, let me back this up a little bit. Let me explain my thinking here. So I could have masked out all these edges, right? All the way around the branches and all these little petals. And when I first painted, I used to do that every single time. As I got better painting and as I got better on my backgrounds and not being so spooked about how much water was in my background, I just quit masking. If you want to mask that off, it's okay. Just make sure when you mask, stay to the inside, whether you use a brush or one of these rubber tools where you can just pull the masking fluid right off. Or, let's see, where's my other one? Or a little, I should have had that out. Where did that little thing go? Dang it. I have a little tool with a metal ball on the end, and it is really great for making very fine lines. There are so many tools that you can use to mask things out. I mean, it's endless what you can do. Let me see just quickly if I can find what in the heck I did with that. Here I am trying to be all organized, and I can't even find one of my most important... Oh, here it is. He was hiding. Okay. This little guy. It is an embossing tool. It's used to emboss paper and what have you. And it has a bigger metal ball on the end and a very tiny one. And it's great for masking like little dots, or making lines. But honestly, there's a zillion different tools that you can use to mask things. But really the most important thing is, if you're going to use a brush and you are going to be masking a huge amount, keep a little soap dish or a little bar of soap and wet your brush and run it into the soap, and then dip your brush into your masking fluid. I honestly don't do that anymore because once I'm done with it, I just throw it away. I mean, I think this brush has been through a lot. I've used it on a lot of paintings, and by the time it gets to the end, it's like my attitude is, why bother with the soap? I just use it and go chuck it. Let's see if there's any questions about masking. Let's see. Oh, Mary says the same thing. If you put a little liquid soap on your brush will clean up easier. Very true. But if I'm not going to ever use this again, and it's in my container specifically, so when I'm ready to mask something, I know I'm going to use it, and then I'm just going to throw it away. Plus, I always worry about getting too much liquid into my masking fluid because, and I don't want to start a big debate on here, but I know somebody that's had a lot of trouble with trying to remove masking fluid after she thinned it and then kind of spattered it on her painting. I just think that's not a good idea, but you know, you could see that my masking fluid was getting pretty thick in that little container, but that's okay. I was just masking off that one little spot. And I did that first so it thoroughly dries while we are doing this background. Okay, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit here. Okay. Wendy's asking, does it matter what brand of soap? I don't think so. I actually use a bar. I've had it for probably 12 years from a hotel. It's just those little bars of hotel soap, and I just dip my brush. In fact, I'll show you. I just dip my brush into water. And let's see, let me get a paper towel. So I just dip my brush into the water, and then I rub it a little bit into the soap. Then I dip it into my masking fluid, and then I go ahead and lay my masking fluid down. Some people will use liquid dish soap. There are some people that think that's a little bit easier. Masking fluid is just one of those things where I think as you go along and the more you learn to paint, the less you use it. But it is still important how you put it on and making sure that you lean to the side. Don't ever start painting on masking fluid that is not completely clear and dry. And a lot of companies, that's exactly what they do. They add a color in it so that you can see it where you're applying it, and then as it dries, kind of will dry a little clear, like a clear yellow instead of a milky yellow. And this is kind of a milky white, and it'll get a little bit clear as it really gets dry. But if you go and paint next to masking fluid that isn't all the way dry, it will sink under it and it'll just really mess your paper up. So there you go. That was just a little quick basic. Yeah, seriously, we could easily spend a whole hour or two just on just on a masking fluid course. But seriously, if you want to stop, I've got a free one. There's Mind of Watercolor has one about masking fluid on YouTube. You just have to be careful how you apply it. Let's see what Shannon just said. I have an old motel soap I use also. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I can't believe it. I'll bet you I've had this 12 years or so. Isn't that funny? Yeah. Okay, whew. Now for the important part. I'm going to take a breath, and I think what I'm going to do, let me back up a little bit here. If you noticed on the drawing, what I did was I have allowed the petal to go off the edge a little bit. Like this petal is off that edge and this petal right here. So we don't have to do the whole background all at once. And then of course we have these little spaces And then this is just one little area right here. Probably the biggest area to have to worry about is going to be up here. You know something? Give me just a sec here. Okay. My screen was getting dark for some reason. Okay, so that's why I ran those petals off the edge, so that it makes it a little bit easier and you're not overwhelmed with trying to add water onto the whole background and then quickly trying to get your colors in there. Let's see here. Let me put that little one down. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with one of these smaller areas. That way you can get an idea of how I start adding the water and getting those nice soft blends. So let's zoom in a little bit. Zoom in a little bit more. Okay. I have to change that water because it has masking fluid in it. So I don't want that going on my paper. Okay, I have some clean water. And hey, I want to tell everybody quickly a big thank you for everybody that subscribed and also watched all my other videos. You know, I think I might have mentioned this last time. YouTube finally monetized me, and in 28 days, I made $6 from streaming on YouTube. So I know I'm laughing at it, but I was pretty proud of that. So, and that's with not knowing a whole lot about streaming and, you know, and all of YouTube's rules, but I was pretty jazzed about that. So I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. Okay, so here we go. Now I have to decide. I've got nice clean water. I scoop water over. I have lots of paper towels. My paper is taped down flat, and I should have said that too. And you can use masking fluid. I just use the white because it just does weird things when I use the regular yellow masking fluid and I'm trying to adjust color on my screens while I'm teaching. So I have the white artist tape on there, but actually masking tape is a lot cheaper and it comes off just as easily. So I've got it really taped down really well to my light gator board, and I've made sure I've gone over the edges so my paint does not seep under the paper. If you do not have your paper taped down, please make sure that you paint on an old towel. Because what happens if, especially on the edges, if you don't have it taped, that paint will run around the edge and then it will run right back in and it will completely ruin your background. So I think it's really important that you tape your background down. So, okay, all right, let's get started on that one little area. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. And let me think about how to say this. Don't panic over having to go around the edges. You know, you want to take some time. You want to make sure that when you put that water on initially, go slow, be very careful around your edges, okay? Don't panic. And the reason why I use the word panic, because I used to do this. I'd be like, oh no, how am I going to get my colors on there? What happens if my water starts drying? Oh no, I'm going to cause blossoms. But just carefully stay to that side. Okay, oh wait, let me make sure that's focused well. And let me put it back to manual so you don't see my hand going into focus. Okay, so make sure that you're very, very careful. Don't be sloppy with putting your water down. Pretend like you're actually painting. So the panic part is because you're going slow, some parts are going to start drying, right? Some parts of that color or that water are going to start drying because it's water. But instead, just take your brush and drop some water, and it will then suck right out back to that edge. So you can always add more water, okay? So I'm going to turn this a little bit because I want to make a nice line right around that petal. Oops, wrong area. Okay, I'm going to turn it a little bit. I'm looking at it at an angle. Okay, now what I do, after I do that, I hold it at an angle and I look, I see how much water, how glossy it is. Oh, and look, see, you can see all the areas I missed. So I'm going to fill those in. Now, there is a lot of water on this paper, and that's okay. That's what I want. That gives me time to allow that water to sink in, and I want it to sink in because I want that first layer of color to sink into the paper, to stain it, and to stay there. Okay, so while I'm doing that, I'm going to come over here. And honestly, when I do backgrounds, I usually use a giant plate. But again, I don't have room on my screen, so that's okay. That's why I paint everything in a square, because it just fits really well on the screen. Okay. What I'm doing is I'm making sure my yellow's pretty watery. I'm just going to give this a look again. Usually what I'll do too is let me try to look at the screen and see what you can see. There we go. So I'll hold it at an angle and I'll see if the water starts pooling along those edges. If it does, that means that the water hasn't sunk in enough. Can you see how it's starting to pool? Okay, so let it roll around and let it really sink in. And while it's sinking in, I'm looking at this little area and seeing what I want to do. Now, sometimes I'll have my colors all mixed and then I'll start dropping in little things here and there. But basically, when you think about it, what we're doing is we are taking the reds and right across that are those greens. Well, what's going to happen if we mix green with the red? We're going to dull it down too much. So I have to be very careful. I don't want those to mix together, and I want to keep that unsaturated red, and I want to keep that kind of dulled down green. So I think what I'm going to do while I'm letting that soak in is I'm going to go ahead, just mix a little bit of green right here. Honestly, I didn't pre-plan this. I just want you to think about how I solve problems. And problems is such a, I don't like that word, but how I'm figuring out and thinking ahead about what's going to be next. So I'm going to tip this again, and I'm going to see if those colors have sunk in. Or I'm sorry, see if that water is sunk in. And it looks pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop in a little bit of that green mixture right down in this area. And the water hadn't quite sunk in all the way. You know why? Because it shot across the paper. You could see those little streaks. That's because I didn't give it quite enough time to sink in. So what did I do? I took my brush, I just got off some of that water and just pushed it back a little bit. And so I'm dropping in some more, in fact, that might be too much, so I'm going to Get that water off the tip of my brush and that paint. And now you can really see that I did a good job with getting that water right up to the edge of the branch. It's not ragged. It actually turned out pretty good. Now remember, I'm going to go over this one after I get this initial amount on, or this initial first wash, then I'll go over it again. I'm just trying to be careful. You notice how the water is already sunk in more? Look at that. Nothing's shooting across the paper now. It's kind of staying where I put it, and this is what you want. You don't want that to dry too much, yet you don't want the water to be sitting on the surface and not sinking in. But all this comes from practice. So I feel like I've got a really good blend heading out into that area. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of that red over here. I think I feel pretty safe doing this. I'm just going to try to stay away from that. I don't want that red color that I put in there to go too far into there. But there is a point right there in the middle where they blend together and they make that beautiful gray transition. Okay. And I'm going to add a little bit of blue to that. Okay, now let's see what happens. Look at that. I did a pretty good job getting right up to the lines. And if you don't want your brush, if you're worried like when you have paint on your brush, just push the color into that area. It'll go there because there's water there. So I'm just kind of moving it around. And right now I can see that I have a little hair on my wash. Ignore it. Just leave it alone. If you try to mess with that and pick it up, you'll press your brush into your paper. So just leave it alone and brush it off after it dries. I think I want a little bit more red, so I went and picked up some red. Just letting the color kind of float around. Here is where the struggle comes in. How much water should be on the surface of that paper? How much should it have sunk in? That is so hard to describe. It's almost one of those things where you just have to keep trying it. You may be living in a very humid area. I live in a very dry area. And so obviously my water's going to sink in faster. If you're in a humid area, it may take a while. So you may lay some colors down and go, oh no, it's just, it just shot across the paper. So it's that a lot of it is just going to be, you just need to paint a lot. It took me a while to understand backgrounds. And you can see how I can keep going over the background and keep adding color because I let that color sink into the paper. Had I have let that water, just sit on the top of the paper, I wouldn't have had enough working time, but I used plenty of water. Don't be stingy with your water. And see there, I even actually went and picked up some water out of my brush, or out of my my container. I'm looking at it from an angle. See how it's still pretty glossy? So I can keep working on that. The minute it starts to lose its gloss, you either have to have your paint very thick or just stop painting and let it dry. But now that I'm on there, right there, I think I can actually add a little bit more color here. I'm going to do that. And I'm going to let it come up into that area a little bit more. Actually, I'm going to pick some of the color up right from down in there. So that's a little bit lighter. Because what I want to keep in mind is that I want that blend to match with that blend. There's plenty of water still on the paper. I'm looking at it at the side. I've got plenty of working time. I'm ignoring those little hairy things that are on there. I probably could even use a little bit more blue. Just a little bit. So do you see how I just picked up that blue? I just dropped it in there. I had plenty of working time. I'm just slowly moving my brush around. I am actually barely touching the paper. I'm letting the paint and the water wick off of my brush onto the paper. And that's it. So I'm going to leave that little area right there, and we're going to let that dry. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to come over to this area, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to be very careful. And for any of you that haven't watched me paint yet, or watched any of my live streams, you know that I paint with a very small water container. And I know that goes against conventional wisdom. But when I have to get up and clean my water, often I come back and sometimes I see my painting in a new light. It just gives my eyes a rest from painting, and it stops me from sitting too long. It's not good to do that. Especially at my age, you want to get up and walk around as much as you can. Okay, so again, I'm picking it up at an angle, and I can see some spots where I've missed. Make sure you do this. Oh, see those spots? Okay. There's one down here. Nice, I got it all. Remember, it doesn't hurt. You're better off having too much water and let it sink in, give it some time, be patient, than it is to just barely put any water on the surface. And which leads me to another interesting word, overworked. You hear that a lot about water. Well, the watercolor looks overworked. You know, I'm not a fan of that word. Really, all overworked means is that you have not learned how to control water on your paper. That's all it really is. You just need to keep painting and keep working on how much water do I need? How much is that water sunk in? What is that, what is that color going to do if the water isn't sunk in enough? Here's a good example. Let's throw some water right here while I'm letting that sink in. Okay, right? Just threw some water on the paper. Now let's see what happens when you add color. Did you see what happened there? Look at what it's doing. See how it shot across the paper? Let's do it again over here. This is without me giving it any time to sink in. Now let's try some blue. See what that does? That's because the water is rolling around on the top of the paper, and as you put it on, it just shoots right in with the water, and it's not bothering to try to sink down into the paper. So that's why you want to give your colors time to sink into the paper. Do not rush that part of it. Turn it to the side, look. Make sure water isn't pooling in an area. And if it's nice and glossy, you can try it. So I'm going to go ahead and try it. We're going to do that again. And this time, there's really no reds in this area. So I can go ahead. See how my color is staying where I put it? And it's not shooting across the paper? That's how I know my water has sunk in, and now I know this first layer is going to sink nicely into the background, and I'll be able to put another layer on it, because if that paint was sitting on the top, like opaque colors do, and you go to paint over it, all you're doing is lifting that color from before. That's why I don't paint with opaque colors. The particle size of the pigment is very large, and so it sits on top of the paper, instead of sinking into the paper like transparent colors. Okay, so now I'm getting, just pulling some of that blue over, pulling some of that yellow over. And by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, that's just a cheap, like Corel, Walmart, if you happen to have it, type of a paper, or type of a plate. I love them because, you know, they're just a couple bucks and I can switch out, start with a clean palette if I'm doing a really detailed painting. And I don't have to worry about having all these ugly wells where all those colors just get mixed in together and then you can't even tell what you have. I think I'm going to add a little bit more water. I just dipped my brush into water and I'm going to drop some onto that paper. I actually now kind of want it to all blend together just a little bit better. You know, here's the thing about what I was just talking about with water. Once you understand how water works with paper and what the pigments do, then you can decide, maybe you want that color to shoot across your paper, right? Maybe that's the effect you want. But isn't it better to learn that and know it before you get painting? That's what I mean by control of water. When you know what that water and the paper and the paint are all doing together, that's when you'll start to master watercolors. You just have to try to understand, what is that paint doing? Oh, and now that we're getting into the painting, now you can see why when you concentrate on 3 colors, it's so wonderful, because guess what? You start understanding how those colors work. What do they do? Does my red tend to shoot across the paper? Is it a strong red? You start knowing all the characteristics of your colors, and it makes it so much easier to paint that way. That's hard to do when you're looking at a palette of a whole bunch of colors and you're not using some of them on a regular basis. You have no idea what you're doing with those colors. See how I am barely touching the brush to the paper. I'm letting the paper wick that paint right out of my brush. Which leads to another problem that people sometimes have, is that you think that your paper's starting to get fuzzy. Well, it might. If you're taking your brush and you're doing this, scrub, 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 scrub. You're putting your paint down like this. Well, what's that going to do? It's going to take those fibers in the paper that are now wet and it's going to fuzz them up. And this is how some people paint. Don't do that. Honestly, all you're doing is lifting up the paper fibers. Just on these backgrounds, these out of focus backgrounds, just lightly drop your brush onto the surface. And guess what? I'm looking at that and it's still super glossy. And even after doing everything that I just did, playing around, talking, stopping, adding color, I still had enough time that I could add more color in there. So there you go. Now I have 2 little areas of the background. So what I'm doing is not overwhelming myself with everything all at once. So if you want to do this with your painting and you just want to learn, you really want to learn backgrounds, and I keep saying, I'm getting watercolor. I'm going to start teaching a master class. But in the meantime, take your image and break it off the sides and tackle one little area of a background at a time. So I'm going to turn this and I'm going to tackle that little area and that little area. But I think I'm going to tackle this first so I can work from left to right. Let me give that a chance to just kind of settle down and see what people are saying. Let's see. Nancy says, some of my mixes from the color wheel mush to my paper. Now I know how to avoid it. Oh, yes. Yes. And ask questions, please. You have to remember, I don't have an assistant. So I'm having to think, paint, talk, and avoid as many mistakes as I can all at the same time. So sometimes I don't remember every little thing. Oh, and for instance, so we're going to be doing this little spot, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my magnolia blossom. I don't print out an image. I keep it on the screen. I have a separate screen that's very large. I use Mac, so I have excellent colors on their screens. And I just turned it, and that way I can see it at an angle when I turn my paintings. And any of you that see me paint, you know I do this, and I suggest it a lot. Turn your painting. Don't keep painting from one direction. You'll see all kinds of cool stuff that you didn't really notice before as you turn it around. And it's also easier to paint without getting your arm or your hand or your sleeve into something that you just painted. So what I did here is I switched to my number 2 brush, so I could get in to those little corners. You know why? To me, it is the background, it's important. I know a lot of people want to just ignore the background, but boy, when you get that beautiful out of focus, or as it's referred to now, bokeh, it's Bokeh. It's so wonderful. You just see your painting just come alive. There's something about seeing that flower in the front be so in focus, and then that background being out of focus. It's just spectacular. I actually bought a photograph, and I'm all excited to do this tutorial. It's a butterfly, a monarch, so it's a yellow monarch on a purple flower bud, and the background is completely out of focus. I purchased that just so I could teach it. It's just stunning. I'm excited about that. Okay, so now I can turn it to the side again. Oh, see right in the middle, missed there. See how let me see if I can, wait. It's so hard. There we go, to find that reflection. Okay, so you can see it. It's kind of pooling down at the bottom. I have a lot of water on there, so guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave that sit there for a second. I'm going to come over here. And if I think before I'm finished there, it looks like it's getting damp, I'll just drop in some more water. It'll hold. No panic. You know, back to the color wheel, I just want to say this too. One of the reasons why I like to show you and go over it, and I know if you've done it and you know what it is, you can go get yourself coffee, work on something else until I get through that part of the video. But what it does for me, just like I'm saying for you, I have to, it's kind of when I first start a live stream or a Zoom class, you feel a little stiff at first. A little awkward, and then all of a sudden, after you've talked for a while and after you start painting, you start getting a little bit more comfortable, and you start remembering what you need to say. Now I'm feeling more comfortable. I think a lot of us are like that, though. We get so hard on ourselves. I'm trying to learn as I get older to relax a little bit. Okay, I can see some places I've missed, so I'm going to turn it again. See, now you can really see how much water's on that one, that other little background. You know, and I am not going to hurry through this one, honestly. As the more I live stream, the more I just relax. I'm going to get it done. I want you to see everything that I'm doing. Look, I have nothing to hide. I just can't stand pretentious teachers who don't want to show you everything. It's just so silly. Look, there's no competition, right? Or at least there shouldn't be. I want you to know and see every little thing that I do, all the mistakes that I make, what I could do differently. And the more you know that, the more you know I'm being honest with you and real, and you're seeing that this is exactly how I paint my own paintings when I'm off camera. I don't need to hide anything. If you become a famous artist and maybe you've learned from a lot of different people, and you say, "Hey, Debbie really helped me," you know what? That would make me feel so good. It's an awesome feeling. I love helping people, and I love painting, and we're all different. We're all going to paint different. Your paintings are never going to look like mine. Mine are never going to look like yours. So why hide anything? So I'm going to take this slow and easy, and if I have to live stream more, I'll keep doing it. And if you have to come and go, you can always rewatch it on the replay. Let's see. Shannon, Debbie, I do my best to be your assistant. Thank gosh for Shannon. Oh, she helped me out a lot earlier. She was explaining something to somebody. I just love her. And to anybody that really helps me and will pick up the slack and answer a question, a million thank yous right now, honestly. Let's see. And Peggy's asking, Wendy's saying, do you have a preference of paintbrushes? The ones I like that are pretty cheap, they're not expensive, are the silver white brushes. And they come in all different sizes. They have a really good bounce. And when the tip wears out, I put them over in my masking fluid container, and I just get a new one. Here's a big version it's pretty new. This one, so silver whites. This is a number 8, and it's a round. And it's just synthetic. I'm not fond of painting finely detailed paintings with natural hair brushes. They hold too much water for me, and they don't have this lovely bounce. So once they're out of shape, you have to try to reshape it. Yeah. So I just prefer cheaper synthetic brushes, believe it or not. Okay, now this is going to be a super dark area. Okay, so come over here, kind of got my, getting some blue. I want a little bit more red, because what I'm going to do, so I'm going to make a little bit thicker of a mixture. Oh, that needs a lot more blue. See how easy and nice it is to be able to pick up a chunk of blue and not have to keep working it with water because your paint is dried. And you know what? That actually needs a little bit of yellow. Needs a little bit of yellow because that's one of those areas where it's really dark valued. So I have that mix, but then once I put that in there, I'm also going to come back, grab some blue and yellow and red so that it's not just this solid looking dark value. You want some colors to show through in your value. Maybe pick up a little bit more blue. Let's see. And that you can kind of see a little bit how it just kind of went out into that area. I'm going to add a little bit more red. I need a little bit more of that blue, because that needs to get dark. And if I have to go back over it again, if you do this and you don't get the exact value that you need, then the great thing is because they're staining and because they're transparent. And if you follow along with what I was saying, then you will be able to paint over it without having to worry about those colors lifting. Okay, so now I've got that initial color on there, but as I'm looking at it, it needs to be a lot darker down there. And, oh, I hate doing that. So I'm gonna have to clean that area up. It needed some yellow. And look what happened when I added that yellow. It toned that purple down, made it a little bit darker, and that's what I needed. So I just threw some yellow in there. And I'm gonna go some red, and let's throw that back in to my little mix there. And see how I'm just lightly, just letting that color wick off my brush onto that background. Let's pick up a little bit more red. And a little bit more of that mix. And now I think what I need is I need a little bit more of that yellow. I'm gonna wick off onto my paper towel, some of it, just a little bit on the tip. No, needed more. Now, what I've done is I've made sure that I have some dark values that lean a little bit more towards the purple, more towards the red down here. If I add even a little bit more blue, it'll be a little bit bluer. And then we'll see how it looks when it dries. I might have to go over it again. And in the meantime, I can look over at that color now, or I'm sorry, that water. And it looks perfect. So I'm going to do the same thing. Picked up some of that purple, and look at that. That whole time that we were working on that area, and because I made sure that I took care and took time to get that water on the paper, look what it did. It's staying where I put it, yet it's got some nice blends. And now I'm going to pick up a little bit more red. I need a little bit, I'm throwing some water in there just to get that color moving across the paper. See how I decided that? I chose to add more water to let it flow. But I'm okay with doing that. Why? Because I know that that water sunk into the paper. So the water I put on the top with the paint is just sinking right in. Because I am in control. I'm not allowing my paper and that water to be in control. I'm in control. I'm deciding where I want that paint to go and what I want that water to do. Oh, see, and that was too much purple, so I'm throwing that, too much blue. And you know what I've really noticed from this area? That it kind of fades. There's a little bit more yellow right in there, and it comes out into this area. I'm having so much fun with this. So what am I doing? I'm adding a little bit more yellow. See, instead of saying, oh no, this doesn't look like it should, and trying to also keep in mind what's going on there, I'm not panicking. I'm just saying, okay, pick up a little bit more yellow. Get that yellow down there. Right? Just drop that color in. Pick up a little bit more blue. Just whatever you think you're seeing. Again, I chose to get a little bit of water on my brush. And let those colors blend out a little bit more. Oh, dang it. See, I got some... Oh, that's not going to matter. That's the branch. And even though that's a little white area, I'll fix that later. So let's see. What do I want to do? I want to get a little bit more blue. Okay, see how I just dropped that on there? And a little bit more yellow. Just dropping it in. Moving it around. I should be keeping my paper towels right there so I don't get spots everywhere. And let's go in with a little bit of red. Now you may have noticed that this red is, Quin Rose is really a strong color. I got a little sloppy right there. But look at how absolutely beautiful. You can see the yellows, the blues, the reds. I'm just throwing colors in there. I'm moving things around, and it's just the blends are just beautiful. I feel like I just am really nailing that little area right there. In fact, I think I need a little bit more yellow and a little bit more up in this area. So again, I'm just dropping it in. I'm using my brush to push it around. I know what that water's doing. I know that wherever the tip of my brush stops and I lift, it's going to leave color. So again, I am choosing to have control over where that paint drops. If I want it to drop over there, I pull it. I'm barely touching the paper and I lift my brush and there you go. Now I'm pulling it back this way and I lift my brush and I've left it there. Say I want some of that color pushed down towards this area. There you go. Very lightly on the surface. It's almost like I'm holding a bubble of paint and water and playing around with it and moving things around. See, you don't have to get scared or worried about how much you've put down or if you need to change it. And at this point, you know, I can choose to lift off some of that color again if I want. But I'm taking my time, moving those bubbles of paint around, and I'm loving how that's matching over there. I think I'll add a little bit more right in that area because I want it to flow. You know, I want that to blend and move so it looks like it was it's one background and not two separate backgrounds that I wasn't paying very good attention to. Adding a little bit more dark in there. See how it's staying right where I put it the minute I lift my brush? Wherever I want it to be, that's where it's staying. So and if you accidentally drop paint down where you don't want it, just pick it back up. Your brush will suck it right back up and it will move it around. I'm really bummed about that little spot, but that's okay. All right, so now I'm gonna leave it. Oh, and another thing that you can do, let me set my brush down, is you can pick things up. Let's turn it and you can move it. You can let those colors head down into the corner there. I don't know if you can see how they're moving just a little bit, but you know what? I'm good with that, so I'm gonna let it be. And look at how I've slowly started building that background up. And there we go. Oh, let's see, Shannon, turn the reference to match my paper. If I do that, it's really hard on OBS. I have to physically go in there and turn it, but I will try to do that. It's a little bit more difficult, but I'll keep an eye on that. So anyhow, there we go. Sometimes at this point, I can dry it if I want, or just leave it alone and let those colors just kind of mingle how they are. So what I think I'm gonna do is just go ahead and leave those. And let's see, I'm gonna push this up a little bit and I'm gonna back out, just zoom out just a hair. And I'm gonna go ahead and tackle this big background now. I'm gonna get some clean water first. So bear with me. Oh, and you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and reheat my coffee. So everyone just bear with me. and I will be right back. Some clean water and coffee. All right, I feel better. Got up, walked around, got myself some coffee and fresh water. All righty. You can already see how that's just it. I really feel like all that prep work pays off. And this is it. You know, I really wish you could honestly see the glow that I have in there with how the ultramarine blue combined with the rose and these beautiful dark areas, but how you can see all the colors within there. And you know, now you can see how it's just moved here. And to me, that's harmony. And that, when I get, by the time this background is done, it is just going to glow. So I'm pretty excited about this. So while I take a sip of my coffee, let's see. Oh, so Rowena had to go and get dinner. Okay, well, you're very welcome and hope we'll see you. And Loretta, oh my, this is the most relaxed I've ever been while painting a background. What fun. Thank you, Loretta. You know, it's just flowing for me today. I'm just relaxing and just painting, and it's just, I feel calm and happiness. And Shannon's asking, Debbie, could you share what tape you use that sticks well but doesn't tear the paper? Okay, I just use regular Scotch masking tape. And how I found that you stop it from tearing is just make sure, keep it at a 45-degree angle when you pull it away. And that being said, try it. I don't know, you know, everybody paints on different paper. Mine is Arches 300-pound bright white cold press, and I've never once, no matter how long I've left that tape on there, ever had a problem pulling it off. But this white tape is, I think it's just called art tape, white art tape. You can get it from any of the art supply stores. Yeah, so. And Loretta, I can see the glow. Your camera is excellent. Yes, I'm so glad you can see that. It's just, I'm very happy about it. Glad I'm taking my time. So let's see. Now I've got to get onto this area. I'm so glad I started in the smaller areas. Ooh, wait, I want to address this really quickly. Nancy says, I use green painter's tape. Please do not ever use colored tape. I see people use the blue painter's tape and the green. You know, that's not a neutral color. When you're looking at that blue tape and you're looking over here at your blue paint all the time, it's, or your yellow or your red, it's influencing what you see in your painting. Please don't use colored tape. I think that you'll see a real difference if you go to either, you know, the masking tape or the white artist tape. So don't use colored tape. It influences everything you see. Which leads to me talking about why I paint with a small container. When you're, without getting too technical, in your eyes you have rods and you have cones, and those absorb color, and that is how you see. And that is completely not a technical, I mean, you know, if you're a scientist you could explain it much better, but that's kind of basically what it is. So when you get up, and I do it often, and I go clean my water and I come back, all of a sudden colors change a little bit and I see things better. And I might say, ooh, you know what? I need to do this here. Why didn't I see that before? Because I've given my eyes a chance to unsee the colors that my eyes have been saturated with. So yes, please don't paint with blue or any color tape. Let's see. So Sue says, will I be able to go over the background section again once it's dry to correct color a bit? Absolutely. And that's why I like to start out slow. I try not to do too much color because I don't want to have to take too much off. So if I start slow, those transparent staining colors are sinking into the paper. They're sinking in. That water and that paper is just drawing that color down into the fibers. So by the time you go over it again, nothing should lift. That being said, if you do very, very dark areas in your background and you keep trying to go over it, eventually color, and this is impossible to stop, whether it's opaque or transparent, it starts sitting on the surface of your paper. Okay, so that being said, I'm trying to think about the best way to paint this. And I think, thinking about how my hand draws, I think this is going to be the way to paint this little area. Let me zoom out a little bit so it's all in there. So I think I'm going to do it this way. Put that background in. And I'm going, and I was thinking about what Shannon said. Give me a moment here. And I'm going to turn that. Rotate 90. Okay, hopefully. Hopefully. Oh, nope, wrong way. Okay. Let me go back the other way. Oops. Okay. So now I know CCW is going to the left. I always forget that. There we go. Okay. Now I have it the right way. All right. I'm going to start. I'm going to pull this down a little bit as I paint. Actually, I'm going to paint with two brushes. Now I know I just talked about my silver whites, right? These are my my synthetic brushes. They don't hold a ton of water. Let's put some of my paper towels there. So now I'm going to use my Cheap Joe's is a website. I'm going to use my Cheap Joe's Dragon Tongue. These brushes are expensive because they're natural hair. I think this brush was maybe back then. I've had it for like 15 years. So maybe back then it was 85, 95. I'm sure it's a lot more now, but it's going to hold a lot of water. So I'm going to go ahead and get that brush soaked with water. And I'm going to hold it with my other hand. And now I've got my small one. And why am I doing this? So that I can get right up to that edge. I want that nice smooth edge. And then I can take my other brush and just add in that water. And you can do it first or second. It doesn't really matter. So I'm going to set that one down right there so I don't have to hold it in my hand. Let me pull this down a little bit more. I'm so excited. I can see it in my mind how this is going to look. I always feel like I jinx myself. I get overly excited. I feel like I jinx myself. And you know, and that's something to talk about too while we're sitting here painting or you're watching me. You know, please don't get this idea that I don't get frustrated. I do. There are times where my poor husband has had to talk me down off the ledge, so to speak. I'll just, you know, get too emotional and think I'm just a failure. And he's like, you know, just stop. If you feel like you've ruined your painting, just give it overnight. Think about it a little bit and you'll figure out how to solve that problem. And you know what? Every single time he's been right. And I've learned over the years, you know what? It's just a piece of paper. It's a piece of paper, some paint, and some pigments. What is the worst that can happen, right? You have to paint it over again. And I did that a lot. Some of my best paintings, I did a couple of different times until I got it right. I just didn't want to give up. Okay, give me a sec here. Okay, there we go. Oh, and you know what? There's also another little area of the background hidden in there, but yeah, I'm not going to worry about that right now. Okay, now back to my bigger brush. And this is where you really want to pay attention to how much water is on your paper. Now remember, so it's almost like we used this as our practice because it was nice and small and compartmentalized, but now we're getting into this big one. And even sometimes, this happens less and less. I've stopped getting as nervous. Why? Because I'm controlling the water. The water is not controlling me. And when you have control over something, you can deal with it much better. Okay, now I'm going to lean it to the side. Okay, let's see where I missed. See how wet that is? And let's go up into here. Oh yeah, see it's pooling up in that area. I don't think there's much I missed. Got right up next to those edges. So hopefully this has helped you so you don't get so scared on a background. Hopefully I'm helping you, giving you tips and tricks of all the things that I discovered after trial and error that I wish somebody would have let me learn about from them. But there's some well-known painters out there, especially some botanical painters, and they're excellent, but they don't do backgrounds. And they'll be the first to admit, yeah, don't know what I'm doing with backgrounds. It's botanical, that's it. Oh, see, right up in here, not enough water there. Okay. All right. Oh, you know, I missed a whole little section right there. Okay. There we go. So while that is sinking in, let's make sure we got plenty of pigment. So I'm looking at that. There's not a lot of red, right? There's just in that area. And here's a mistake I made. I did not erase that line first. Kind of had that there to kind of as a guide. And look, I forgot to erase it. So I'll have to deal with that later. So first big mistake of my painting. Okay, let's... Nope. You know, one thing I love about this little plate though, which is really nice, it's almost like a saucer because it's got the indent in the center. So then all my my dark valued colors stay right in there. So I kind of like that. Okay, still white. Oop, wait a minute. I just spotted a little area out of the corner of my eye. Anywhere else? No, I think I'm good now. Okay, so back to this. And I know we were talking about, and I just went on a big explanation about how you can go over it again. Watercolor is one of those things that I even struggle with. How I almost never get the value right the first time. It usually takes me a long time to get the darkest values on things, but that's why it's so important to use those transparent staining colors, because I struggle with that. Trying to get some of that dull. Now, some of that dull red. Now, if it makes you more comfortable, kind of get some mixtures going on beforehand. I like to do it after I put the water on, because then it stops me from being so anxious and impatient and wanting to get that water on there right away. Now, again, I'm looking at this and I went, ooh, you know what? That water was drying pretty quick. I don't think I had enough on it originally to really let it sink into the paper. So I'm just dropping some more water on there. This is a big area. I do not want that to dry too quickly. So let's test some color in a little area, especially this area that's really dark over here. And it's doing pretty good. It didn't really spread across the paper, so it is a little bit, but most of it stayed where I put it. Okay, I'm still looking again. That new water I put on there, I've got a little tiny bit of pooling over there, but I'm going to move it this direction to get it to sink into this area of the painting. So honestly, I think we're okay. I think I've that water's sunk in enough that I can start trying out some colors. And now I'm debating on whether to switch brushes. And I am. I'm going to need my number 8, my new one. See how it's nice, the tip's nice and pointy. And it will definitely hold more water and paint. Okay. Picking up some blue. I just picked up some water on my brush. And some more, I picked up some more blue. Now that I'm moving under this branch, see how I'm just dropping that water and that paint? And now you can really see those paint bubbles. See that bubble? And once I lift up, it just lets it go. Now this area is a lot lighter up there. And I'm not ignoring that down there. I'm just trying to, just feeling this out, see where I want to go with it. But yet I love that background that I did, so I want to kind of stick to that. Now, see a little tiny bit of red. See that paint bubble? Following it around. And more blue, I think, up in this area. You can use a giant brush if you want. I tend to use a lot of the smaller brushes. See, I'm just picking up that color and very, very lightly moving it around. And it will all start blending. Let's see, still more in this area. And right especially under there. So whoops, went right into the branch. But you know what? That branch area is dark. So we won't see it once we get that dark branch in. See how I'm pushing that color down towards the bottom? And now I'm coming back into more of a yellowish green. I'm thinning out my color. I dipped my brush in some water. You can take and roll it, move it around. I can still see a ton of water on my paper, so I'm okay. I can play around with this. I don't have to panic. Now, coming down into here, it's more of that purple reddish color. And see how I'm trying to, oops, sorry, okay. You didn't see any of that. See how it's going to eventually start matching in with that background, just the same way that I did from there to there and going into those little areas there. So now I need some water, and a thinner red. I didn't clean my brush. I still have that other color on there. Let me pick up a little bit more red. See, I'm just moving it around with my brush. Trying to push it up into that corner. Now I'm going to rinse my brush. So now I'm rinsing it. I'm going back to some of this bluish green. More water on my brush because I want it real thin. I don't want to overdo. I'm always looking at it to the side just to make sure I don't. Everything needs to stay either glossy or dull. You can't add a lot of pigment and water on an area that's dull. You'll get a blossom. And that is another trick that I do on my very, very detailed backgrounds is I use, again, I'm getting control of that water. And so what I'll do is as the color or as the water starts losing its sheen, I go, now's the perfect time to do those leaves and get that faded look on, or the blurry look on the edge of those leaves. Because I'll pick up some thick color and I'll match it to the sheen that's getting dull. So that means I have to have some thicker color. And lo and behold, then the color only slightly blends out just a little bit. And I have this gorgeous background leaf. Tell I'm kind of hesitant to come into this area. Don't know why. And some more blue. I'm definitely going to have to do do some more on this one. But see how none of my colors, they're not even. I'm just picking up that color and moving it around. Some areas like down in there are a little bit darker. Let's make sure I've still got, yep, I've still got a really nice sheen. And then let's pick up a little bit of that, more of that red. See, I'm taking color and just moving it around and pushing it around. Still pushing it around with my brush. I'm going to wick some of that away from that edge with my brush. Just very lightly going right along the edge. In fact, I'm going to take, press down. I'm trying to stay away from the paper, but as I push down on the tape, it's wicking it right off of that edge, which is good because it started getting pretty wet. And now I'm going to turn it. Let's clean some of this up. Whoops! Ooh, almost touched that. So can you see how wet it is right there? It's actually, it's got an even sheen everywhere, but what I'm going to do at this point is I am going to use my hair dryer, and one of the reasons is because as this bubbles a little bit, the paper, even though this is 300 pound, I don't want it to sink, dry in this area, and then blossom back in there. So I'm going to just hit it with the dryer. So you can, I don't know if you kind of can see, if you can hear me over the hair dryer, that these areas are starting to dry, and that's because, in fact, I'm going to push that down with my finger a little bit. That's because it's a bigger area, so the paper tends to warp a little bit, even 300 pound paper. But I can see that now everything's the same sheen all over there, so I don't have to worry about that. Now I just want to get it a little bit more even over here. Now we have some nice values going on. We've got some darker values up here, and then it's fading down. Obviously, you know, I need to do more in here. But what I want to do is get that other part of that background done. Once I know that my fingerprint won't make a print, I can usually hold it down a little bit, and that will help it get right back to where it should be. Okay, I know that it's okay at this point. Everything is an even sheen. It's all sunk into the paper. Ooh, wait, right over here in the corner it hadn't. I still had a little bit of shine right there. Okay, now let's see. Okay, now I think I'm good now. And you can see that it lightened up quite a bit, but you can see how it's going to build once we get past there and we can come back down in there. Okay, so let me I'm going to turn this upside down. Dang it! I rotated the wrong thing. Oop. Ah! There we go. We can all thank Shannon for this. Okay, so if I need to flip it back, I need to go... There we go. All right. You know, on my computer screen, I can just take my fingers and rotate it. You have to do all the transform things when you have to stream through a certain program, which mine is OSB. So yeah. All right, let me change my water again, and I will be back. All right, got some nice clean water. Oh, look at how soft that is. Just beautiful. Okay, let me get this image turned upside down. That's not it. There we go. Wait, is it? Oh, and it's still backwards. There we go. All right. Now I'm ready. Now, obviously, once I have the background done, I won't mess too much with rotating it, except for maybe turning it sideways. But I think it'll be easier if you've got it up on your screen to just rotate it. All right, so whew, this is a big area. So let me get this turned. Okay, so I have that. I'm just so excited about that little area. That just looks beautiful. You know what I think I'm gonna do? I have a little trick. I'll get that and then I'll start in here. What I'm gonna do, now that I've got fresh, clean water, I will make a water barrier. So what that means is, so I don't have to be overwhelmed with so much, I can like start right in here. Say this is the area that I want to paint. And I will enlarge this a little bit. So let's say I want to paint right here, but I don't want to go out into this area yet. I want it all to blend. Okay, well, as I am looking at the image, this is a white area. So what I can do, and then if there's any little line later on, that's when I'll use my scrubber brushes and I'll fade it out. So what I can do is I can make a water dam right there. That means I wet this whole area, let that water come all the way out into here, yet stop painting right there. And then it will just gently blend out into that area. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to my, what am I using? My number 4. little bit of yellow on my brush, but that was okay. No, it's not okay. Taking that off. It would have been okay if it would have been in a greener area, but not there. So let me get that yellow out. Now, if you're a real talented artist, which this just causes too much confusion for me thinking that far ahead, you could just paint right over that branch, honestly, because the branch is going to be darker than that background area. But I just like to handle things one area at a time. So again, just bringing the water all the way out. And while I'm here, I might as well go ahead and do this side of the branch. You can really see how being careful with your edges eventually pays off. It's very hard to paint with water too, because basically that's really what you're doing, is you're painting with water. And it's kind of hard to see it. This water's very clear. Now, for over up in there, that is going to be, ooh, you know what? Actually, look at how those colors, just been too much water on there. So let's clean some of this off. Okay, there we go. I wanted a little bit to grab that yellow. I thought, yeah, I can just reach over. No, it just kept, that yellow kept growing. But just a little tiny bit will help gray it out a little bit. See how it's getting just a little bit grayer? I'm picking up just a little bit of yellow. And now I feel like that's perfect. Okay, so I'm going to look at those. They look pretty good. Another thing too is make sure you pick up any water that ends up outside of your paper, because that little drop could accidentally get sucked back in. You don't want that to happen. See how I'm painting up? Let me, let's zoom in on that a little bit more. There we go. See, I'm pushing the color up into that corner. And then it's letting it just kind of gently fade into this area. I'm going to pick up a little bit of that red over in the corner here. Just drop some of that in there. It's so much nicer doing that and not depending on Payne's Gray to mix your grays for you. Getting some water to just let it spread a little bit more. Now up into this area. See, I'm kind of pushing it again. I'm pushing it up into that area. Just very gently, I'm letting that paint bubble kind of do the work. A little bit more color there, a little bit there. A little bit more red. And a little bit more red. Oh, didn't get the water quite all the way up in that little corner there. Just moving that pigment around again. Just pushing it back against that darker area up in there. Picking up some more of that red and the blue. See how nice it is when I don't have to think about all those different colors. I can just go, need a little bit more blue, need a little bit more red. Oh, I need a little bit more yellow to dull that area down a little bit. Oh, I need a little bit more blue. Keep pushing it back in that area. I just picked up some water from my brush. Now I picked up a lot of water. I need a little bit more. Okay, I think I will leave that little area alone, but now I will have to dry it. Well, not really. I think I'll go ahead. Let's zoom out. I'm going to add a little bit more red there. See, I'm just lightly dropping that red in. Oh, much better. It just was kind of looking a little flat to me. Just picking up just a tiny bit of red here and there and just letting it drop. I think I can go ahead and go back into this color over here. Okay, that's a little better. You know what? I'm also going to pick up a little bit of... I don't feel like, honestly, that this is gelling too well with that. So I'm going to darken it just a little bit more. A little bit more yellow, a little bit more red, a little bit more blue. A little bit more blue. A little bit more red. And more blue. There we go. Now it's starting to get there. Okay, I'm feeling better about that. It just kind of felt like it stopped. Like, it looks fine in the image, but it just didn't look too good to me on paper. So I just made a little bit of an adjustment there. Okay, I'm not gonna fuss with that anymore. I think that looks good. So now what I'm going to do is going to work over in this area. Wait, I gotta think about this. I think I just need to paint it all at once. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna dry this because we don't want this to all be wet and then run in there and cause a blossom. Turn this, trying to figure out what is the best direction to paint, and I think it's going to be this direction. Here's something else I do. Stop just for a minute to think about this. So when I'm figuring out what direction to paint on these backgrounds, or really anything in general, I'm trying to think of how my hand is going to be most comfortable. Like if I'm trying to force my hand or arm into a certain position, I know that that's just not going to work well. So I'm just kind of like doing a trial run, thinking, okay, getting all those edges, that can be first, and then just hitting that with water, and it won't be as scary as it looks. So I think that's going to work fine, but I'm just going to get that area a little bit drier. Now, another way to do this would have been, again, with the masking fluid, you could have easily masked every single flower, hit the whole thing with water, and start dropping in colors. That is another way it can be done. And I have done that before, but I don't like the way masking fluid rips up that top layer of fibers. To me, it just never looks the same. And while we're at it, let's just get all of this really dry. And that gives me time to just kind of think about the rest of this too, so it's all good. Okay, I feel like my paper is pretty flat, and I'm going to give that a sec. One thing that's really helpful when you're doing a background is before you get started on the next layer, just feel it with the back of your hand. And if it feels cool, that means that it's not dry. It means there's water still evaporating. And that is another problem I know people have, is that you don't give that first layer a really good chance to dry. But I'm not going to be painting over there yet, so... But I do want to make sure that area is completely dry before I come over and tackle that area. Whew, okay. Let's see. All right, let me get the image turned correctly for you all. Let's see. Wish I could remember what I always forget. It's like rotate 90 degrees CW, rotate 90 degrees CCW. I think it's the CCW. Dang it, wrong one again. Okay. There we go, that's correct. All right, now that's that's what keeps happening. Transform. All right, I'm just not gonna rotate that anymore. Keeps. All right, let's see, I need to go. There we go. Okay. I'm ready. I think I've got, oh, you know what? No, my water is colored just a little bit from that blue, so I'm gonna get some clean water. Clean water. All right, here we go. And now this is gonna really tell us how that's gonna start looking, how much darker we need to go. So I'm gonna go back to my very large Cheap Joe's number 12, Dragon's Tongue, and my number 8, Silver White. And I'm going to start and work my way that way. Yeah, I don't know what it is about masking fluid, and I don't mind it in certain areas like the stamens, but I don't know what it is. Masking fluid, to a certain extent, alters the paper a little bit, and it just kind of bugs me, so I try to use it as little as possible. It has its places, especially if you paint something and then you want to put some masking fluid on top to keep that light color. I mean, there are a lot of instances where it can be very effective. Okay, while I'm still over here, I'm going to go ahead and just drop plenty of water in there. Because I know by the time I get all the way over there, the sheen will be gone. Maybe, maybe not. Ooh, now I need an even smaller brush. There we go. I think that was probably the tiniest little area. It's also helpful too when you're trying to paint along an edge. Instead of painting it this way, hold your brush at an angle and it will help make a nice smooth edge. Okay, now let's get plenty of water right in that area. I only have this little tiny area to get into. Just light, smooth strokes. Actually, that didn't take too long. I'm looking over that area and it's still pretty wet over there. But I'm just adding just a little bit more water. Okay, so now coming over to this area, I'm going to do the same thing. This time, I'm adding plenty of water over there so I don't get a line. And look, now my background there, I didn't pick up any of that color. It's all nice and really staining into the paper. Okay, so I'm going to move this around. I can see water just roaming over the paper. Now this is a big area, so I want all this water to be even. It really makes a huge difference the bigger an area you're painting. So I'm just letting the water kind of trickle down the paper and really sink in. Let's see. I am going to use, wait, where is that brush? I don't use it very often, but I'm going to use my number 12 silver white to get some of this background color in, because I don't want it to get have little spots of color that get dropped. So I'm kind of mixing up some of that red area. Right, that's going to go right in here. So I'm going to see what happens when I touch the paper. Perfect, look at that. It's spreading, but not too much. I'm just trying to get that to get into the corner there. look at that. Another spot I didn't bother to erase the line. You'd think by now I'd learn. Kind of rinsing my brush off a little bit just to grab some of that purple. Let's see. Let me move some of my color over here. So I want that same color that's basically right there. Now I'm rinsing my brush. I just kind of swished it around in the water because I still wanted some of that color, but I wanted it a lot lighter. Now I'm swishing it more and tapping off some of that water, wicking that away. Oh my gosh, I love it when things just work out. Especially with, I don't know, a couple hundred people watching. I would have never guessed in a million years when I was 20 that this is what I would have been doing. I would have said, me? No way. I would have been too scared. Okay, I'm going to grab a little bit of yellow because in here, there's some yellow in there. Need more water. See how the paint is kind of moving around? So I got lots and lots of water on there now. So now I got to be careful. And I'm probably going to want to work a little bit quicker than I was. I can always come back. I'm going to turn it again. More water on my brush. Because obviously the sheen is it's changing just a bit. But if I just, again, don't panic. I'm having to turn my image on my screen for me. See, there was a lot of white right there. So that's all good. Maybe I'll add a little bit more. Right in there. Oh, see, now I'm getting into more of those yellow greens. And I know there's plenty of water up in there, so even if I feel like this area is starting to lose its sheen, but it's not. So I'm still okay. I just want to get moving a little bit quicker. Picking up some of that blue, the blue and the rose. Just felt like that needed to blend out a little bit better. Okay, and now I'm going to take some of that green up in that kind of grayish area, come down into here. And you know what? Don't beat yourself up. I think, did I already say this? I may have. It's just a piece of paper. You can repaint it. You can do this as many times as you want. You know, this is a 10 by 10. make it an 8x8 if you'd feel more comfortable, or just for fun, you could even pull another line up somewhere else, and that way you can, compartmentalize some of your areas a little bit easier, so you're not tackling it all at once. Line, that's probably, like, you could extend that just a little bit till it goes right there on the edge, if that's too overwhelming for you. Now, because this is a big area, there's a lot of water, I'm kind of rolling it around. So far, so good, except for I missed right there. And look at how well, see how I don't have a line there? That actually turned out pretty good. It's not as dark as I'd like it to be, but now I'm going to go ahead and I need to have my hairdryer way back and try to get all this to dry evenly. Oh, Mary, thank you. CC clockwise, CCC counterclockwise. Being that I did graphic design, shouldn't I know that? Oh my gosh, thank you. Boy, all these years, I cannot even believe that. I feel so, well, silly. Okay. So see how I'm kind of going over everything equally. I don't want to hold my hairdryer like this on one spot. You want to kind of move it around. This is a big area. Ooh. Right there, it did start to blossom just a little bit. I just picked that up. But if I do get a little line there, I'll smooth it out with my scrubber brushes, which we'll talk about when we get to that point. I mean, obviously we can see, now that I'm looking at it, we need to get a little bit darker and a little bit duller, and just a little bit darker right in there, and maybe right up in there, and I think we're going to be good. So really, one more layer is going to do it. And again, for any of you that, don't want to sit here for 5 hours, if I get tired and I decide to quit, and then, if I have to live stream again, I'll set it up and I'll let everybody know when I'll be doing that again. I'm pretty sure 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. I'm pretty sure this isn't going to be done at 2. I was thinking I probably would have, and well, I don't think that's going to happen. But we got a lot of important things out of the way. Talking about color, making that color wheel. The backgrounds are the hardest. Once we get into here, things are going to they'll go a little bit faster. But I'd rather take my time and have it come out right. Okay, so most of that, it's completely even sheen. You notice how I didn't have any problems with color running under my tape. I made sure that those edges were taped down well. Everything has got a nice soft blend. So for the first layer, I'm actually so happy with this. And to me, now comes the fun part. So what I'm going to do at this point is once I come back down in here, now you can start adding like single colors a little bit more. I can say, I'm going to rub some yellow or just drop some yellow right in this area. This needs a little bit more red. So now that it's almost like we now have a map of what we need to do. I think I might need to get this area just a little bit drier. It's so nice. When you look up in here, it really looks airbrushed. It's got just those blends in here. Taking my time. And at this point of the painting, and I know I just said that, this is where it gets fun, but now you get to make color decisions. Like you may decide you want one area a little bit more red or maybe a little bit more yellow. And now all those values and those layers start stacking one on top of the other, and everything will just really start to shine. So now that I can see where all my lines are, and my palette's okay. Don't have too many blends in there. So I think I'm going to go ahead and start down here now. Let's see. Okay. This is where it gets a little bit easier. The paint, because you've disturbed the sizing on the top of the paper, the water will start sinking in fast. So at this point, I'm going to have to really watch it. Be aware of that. And once you start painting a lot, you're going to know that. And look at that. Isn't that awesome? See how I'm going back and forth? Look, everything's staying right where I put it. Nothing's moved. It's wonderful. Okay. Now, at this point, I don't worry about getting right up to the edge, and you're going to see why in a minute, because I want some of those dark colors to really be against those four flowers. Okay, so let me take some of that yellow green. And look at that. Watch out. See how you can still see a little bit of the colors from underneath? Let me turn my light down so that you won't see the gloss as much. Maybe turn it a little bit. Hopefully you can see it a little bit better, but I'm going to go even darker. I'm grabbing some of that fresh blue, more blue, more blue. Boy, you can see how that red just really overwhelms the blue sometimes. More red. And green up in these areas. Ooh, that's too much red. Now see how they're all kind of mixing together and dulling down a little bit. And that's what we want. I don't want this background to be really bright. I don't want it to compete with those foreground flowers. Okay, now more of that blue over here. Ooh! Ah! Okay, whew. Add some yellow in. That was too much yellow, so I just added some water. Just a little bit more up in there. Add some of that green so it dulls that down. So you have to add more water over here because when I did that first layer and that sizing gets, moved around, the paper absorbs more water and it absorbs it quicker. I'm getting more water on my brush. And let's pick up. It's kind of moving the paint around. See, I'm not leaving it in that area. I'm letting it, I pushed it kind of down here. I'm going to add a little bit of that green. Okay, I'm going to kind of roll it around. I'm going to clean up that edge. Wait, I see something. I see something. I'm using my bigger brush. Need some of that blue. I'm rinsing my brush off a little bit. It's got off some of that water. I'm looking to the side. Everything still looks good. All right, now I think I can get that water off the edge. Just let it kind of roll around. Not drop things. Okay, while that's drying, so I want to go, oops. There we go. Now we can really look at it. I'm pretty happy with that, so I'm going to leave it. So you can see how it dries a lot quicker as soon as all that first layer of sizing has dried. Or, I'm sorry, not sizing, paint. Okay, now I'm just going to leave it like this, and I'm going to add water in this area. Again, I'm not too worried about those edges because I can go in there with my brush and get that color right on the very edge. And I'm going to go with my number 4. Pick up a little bit of yellow. Okay. Just a little bit more red. Okay, now if I have to put a third layer on something, I usually will not wet it first. I'll usually put just the color down, because at that point the paper has already accepted the water and the color and has already brought it down into the fibers. A little bit more. I need some more green. There we go. I just wet my brush just to kind of blend that in a little bit more. It needs to be a little bit redder. Look at how pretty that is. That is going to look really beautiful up against those petals. I need a little bit more green. Actually, a little bit of red in that green to dull that green down a bit more. Now I have to alter a leaf or that blossom petal right there. Okay. And then let's get this little area again. It's so hard to judge sometimes too, because as soon as you put water on there, it changes those colors a little bit. So you're never quite sure if you've added too much color, not enough. Now, hopefully that shade will start to match this over here. So what I'll do is I'll just kind of dry this area with all three of these and see where we're at. I'm going to stop for a sec and I'm going to adjust the saturation because it's a lot darker and saturated on my image. So give me a sec here. There. That's a little bit better. It was, my colors are just too light. But I can see I'm going to have to go even darker. But I'm going to go up and go ahead and work up in that area first. But I think I'm going to go ahead and do it. I'm going to get some clean water. I'll be right back. There, okay. Okay, I'm gonna take a few minute break and let's see what, oh, Mary. Yes, thank you. That's what it is. It's clockwise, CCW, counterclockwise. That's what it says for me. So thank you for that. And Peggy, I'm still getting blooms. Could you tell me what causes it? Well, pretty much just what we were talking about earlier. You have to make sure that your paints, in other words, if your paper's really wet, then you want very watery paints. If your paper starts to look like it's drying, then you want to make sure that you don't have as much watery paint. You want to make sure that your paint's a little bit thicker. But without looking at your painting, it's kind of hard to say. But sometimes that is just a matter of practice. So let me try this real quick, some more. And let's see. Nancy, how many layers can we do before the paper can't handle it? Usually, you're going to get to a point where you can tell that some of your colors are start to bronze, meaning they start to get like a shiny surface. So I'm going to finish drawing this, and then I think I'm going to keep working on this bottom area. One of the reasons why I'm thinking about finishing up this area is because it's completely not dark enough. So I'm not going to add water on this next layer. I am just going to go ahead and put the color right down. And I'm just going to get the color ready beforehand. Okay, I'm going to give this a sec, let it cool off, and in the meantime, I can go ahead, let's see, get some paper towels over here, and this time I'm going to use a bigger brush, but I'm going to use my smaller brush just to mix up a bunch of color. Some nice Quinacridone rose and Ultramarine blue over there, and let's just make sure I got plenty of yellow right up there. Okay, this time I'm going to use a bigger brush. Going back to my number 12, and instead of putting color down, instead of putting water down, it's just going to be color, because I I want to get this to the right value, and this is definitely not dark enough. And when I get this to the right value, that's going to help me see these other values. So, and I think I have a little bit too much blue in that area. I wanted that to be redder. So, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hope that I don't have that too thick. I'm going to come up in here. Now that's pretty thick, so I added some water. Now I'm going to pick up other colors, so I just picked up some yellow. Now I want some more of that blue. Some of that magenta. So this is right on the paper. My paper's dry now. Now I picked up some of that red, and because it's a big brush, see how nothing's being disturbed from underneath, but I definitely, it's the color's looking better. So now I can gotta get some of that green. There we go. See how it didn't leave any marks? And that's one of the reasons why, is because I worked in a lot of that sizing that's on your paper. So, but already that's so much better. That's the value it needed to be. Much better. It was mostly over in that corner I was concerned about. I'm watering that down a little bit more. And some of that green over in this color, or over in this corner, and red. Ooh, gosh. Well, that was bad. Okay, so now I gotta, darn it. Well, now you're gonna have to see me fix a problem. Okay, a little bit more blue. I should have been more careful against the fresh color. So that was not what I wanted to happen. And I'll fix that here in a sec. I'm going to get, where's my, okay, we'll talk about scrubber brushes in a minute, but I'm using a scrubber brush right now to fix that line. Gosh darn it. Ah. Now, because I did such a dumb thing, I'm gonna have to take and darken that, which means I'll have to darken that a little bit up there to cover up that line. But all in all, that was the important area. That needed to get really dark. And it kind of needs to be darker down in this area. And a little bit more. I can't look up at the questions right now, but whoever was asking about getting a bloom, make sure that you're looking at an angle and that, like, that area that I just went into is already starting to why can't I think? The glossiness of the paper is already disappearing. So I have but a few more seconds. And in fact, I'm going to stop and I'm going to dry this now. Nope, I'm not, because I see one area I'm not liking. There we go. It just looked like it all of a sudden stopped. Okay, now I can dry it. And actually, what I think I'm gonna have to do is, yep, you're gonna learn how I'm gonna, I had to think about it. I had a moment of panic, okay? I am going to have to use one of my bigger scrubbers, and that's gonna have to be a wider area coming up into there. So it's fixable. Did I want to have to fix that? No, but I'm gonna have to. Thank you, Shannon, for explaining that a little bit better. And thank you, Mary, for mentioning my other free tutorial about getting control of water. Okay, let's leave that alone. And I think I'm going to leave this alone for now. I don't want to mess with any of this till this gets really dry and I can fix that mistake, and then I'll go back in there. What I think I need to really help me see what's going on is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start on that dark branch. Yeah, I should have been a lot more careful right there. But in my defense, I'm usually have that giant Corel plate for my backgrounds, and I don't. All right. Nope, still not dry enough. What I can do, though, is I can go ahead and start on that branch right there. Which will be good because actually that little background is a little bit lighter than the darkest part of that branch. So what color? Okay, I don't want my number 4. Believe it or not, I'm going to go with my number 2. And I'm going to paint this direction. And I will rotate that image. Yay! And I already know that piece of tape right there, by the way, it didn't lift. I actually have it on top of the base tape. I just wanted to make sure I was not going to have anything lift on that background. So I already know this background still isn't rich enough. It's still not saturated enough. And that being said, being saturated enough can mean unsaturated or saturated. And I guess the way I should have said that to begin with was value. It needs to be a lot darker, but I'll tell you how I'm going to fix that after I get these branches done. So I'm still not done with this background, but I have enough so that I can go ahead and start on this branch. And you know what? When I really start getting that dark branch in, that's really going to help me see the rest of the values. So I'm hoping anybody that's really watching me, you can see that I don't always get things right the first time. You know, sometimes it just takes some time and patience, and I have to think through things. And right now I'm going to zoom into this branch. There we go. I just got to get it into focus. And I think what I'll do is start over there first. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wet it. And then I'm going to take some of my magenta and my blue, and I'm going to mix it down here in with that yellow and green. So it's giving me a really beautiful dark value down in there. And then I'm going to take some of the paint on my brush and I'm going to wick it off a little bit. A little bit more. And it's still not dark enough. It's still not thick enough. Let's add some more. That might be a little bit better. And blue. So I just took some really thick blue and yellow. Just adding it right along the bottom of the branch and letting some of that color go up into that highlight. And I think I'm going to grab my kneaded eraser. Just going to pick up a little bit of that line. And I'm going to stay away. I'm going to stay away from the background. So I'm wetting that area because, again, I want it to kind of blend up in to that edge because I don't want a real harsh edge. Now I'm just grabbing some really thick blue. Same thing, I'm just wicking my brush. And there. I just added a little touch of red, and that's what I'm going to keep doing as I go up. I'm just going to drop in red, yellow, blue, but I have my basic mixture. So I'm going to start along the bottom of that branch, get that edge in there. And then pretty soon it's going to meet that water. Did I not bring it down far enough? I might not have. This looks pretty gray right now, but I'm going to drop in some yellow some blue and red. Kind of, if any of you watched me, and that's beautiful right now, if any of you watched me do the bird, I kind of did the same thing on the branch. I just kept letting those colors blend in together. It's kind of hard to see where it is right here. I forgot to draw that line. You can see a line I did not get in there. There, now it's catching that line of water. Boy, that sunk in fast, didn't it? See how the darker the color I get, the more it's starting to head over to that light area. So what I may have to do later is I just might have to scrub a little bit of that out just to soften that edge. I just kind of cleaned my brush. Now I'm softening it and just kind of softening that edge as much as I can with the brush. Add a little bit more yellow in there. Smooth that out a little bit. Coming right to that branch underneath of it. This time I didn't wet it because that didn't work very well. I think it's just going to be easier for me to just soften it with a scrubber brush a little bit later. Okay, more yellow. Yep, that's going to be easier. I'm just going to soften that edge with a very small scrubber brush. See, I'm kind of leaving some little tiny bits of highlight. Now as I go up, it's getting lighter, it's getting more green. So I'm kind of avoiding those highlights. So now I'm getting some clean yellow. right along that edge just a little bit, and then I'm going to have to fill in with that color, obviously. Oh. Just added some more red in there because the reflection from the petals are coming into that branch. There's another little tiny highlight. Okay, and now I'm just going to stop right at that point and go on with that other branch. Leave that alone for a moment. Let me fix this area down here. All of this is actually kind of blending right out into that background color. So I'm just going to kind of smooth it out a little bit. Maybe a little bit more red. Yikes, you couldn't even see what I was doing there. Sorry. All I did, I was just filling that in just a tiny bit. Okay, so let me see, how am I going to attack this little area? I think the same way. I'm not going to wet it first, but I'm going to very carefully go along that edge. Just trying to get a thicker value right there. I didn't wet the paper. Grabbing some yellow. This is such a dark area that I want to get it as dark as I can that first go around. Just rinsed my brush. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to go back and I will adjust right along that edge. I'll soften it up with a little scrubber brush or even a regular brush and some water. And then all up in here, those branches are very dark. Trying to alter the color here and there. Now I think I'm going to turn it again. Let me zoom out. That's a little bit easier. I don't want a straight line. I want to try to get that branch to look real. There we go. Now some yellow. I'm not worried about the lines that I have. In this area because it's a very dark area underneath that blossom. So we're not going to see those. But I am trying to save that little highlight right there. See how I kind of pulled some color down? It was still wet enough that I could finish off this little bud here. Without making that little bud look weird. So now more yellow. I will really get that nice and softened later on. And I also need to get some reflections from these blossoms right in this area. So I'm just going to leave those. I'm going to let that whole area dry. And then I'll grab some purple, a purple mixture, and just go right over the top and soften that area. And then it will look like those blossoms are reflecting right on to that little branch. And now that's giving me a better idea. Can you see how as I've been putting in that dark color, you can already see how that's definitely not dark enough. That value, let me turn that image back around. There we go. Even though some of my darks right there are starting to lighten up a little bit, you can see that it's now this area looks really light. So I'm going to have to address that here in a minute, but I'm going to zoom out. See how much lighter this is now? So now I'm going to have to address that, but I'm going to stop for a sec. Well, going to make sure I didn't leave any spots. Okay, there we go. That looks a little better. All right, and then this way I can just take a little bit of a break, answer some questions, because I've been painting for like, what, almost 4 hours. So I'm going to stop here for a sec, and let's see what everyone's saying. Oh, paint a shape with plenty of, Shannon is saying, paint a shape with plenty of pigment and let it set for moment or so and then flood it with some water. That is so smart. Yes, that it's sometimes it's easier to learn how not to make those mistakes and make them. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And you will see it push the pigment to the edges of the shape. And that's what creates the hard lines. That's why when I'm talking about getting control of water, I'm talking about you deciding what you want that water to do. So if your background is starting to lose its sheen and it's starting to have a dull look, and you go and just drop in a very watery mix of pigment, well, the paper and that water, it has to do something. So that water is now going to suck to those very damp, drier areas, and it's going to really change how that paper reacts with the water, and you're going to get either hard edges or a very crazy bloom that maybe has like little wiggles in it, depending on how your pigment is. So yeah, that is just, it's so important. It's really important that you get control of that water. So I'm gonna go up here. Now I've taken a little bit of a break, and I'm gonna go ahead. I'm just gonna flip it around for a minute. I'm not going to turn the image, because it's just a small little area. And this time I am wetting it just a little bit. There's a little area in here that I wanted to try to not have a hard edge around. Because it's not quite as dark as these other areas. That blended out actually quite nicely. And I'm going to flip that back over. And that's going to be nice. So now we're going to have, so now it's kind of blending down into this area. So I think this is going to turn out great. Everything will come together. So let me stop for a minute and talk about this point in your painting. This is always the point where you start going, yikes, why does it look weird at this point? There's always, for everybody, a point in that painting where you start to get a little bit nervous because you're looking at it and you're thinking, well, gosh, I don't know if this is going to turn out right. I don't know if this is looking good. But then there's going to come a point where everything just comes together. Right now, as I'm looking at this, we do not have enough dark in the background. And I know that now, because now I have that branch in there. That branch is coming down, and it definitely does not look dark enough. So I've not only got to up this saturation a little bit, but add a little bit more color. It's kind of wet, so this will give me a little bit of an opportunity to just dry, and then I can paint some more. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move, as soon as I can see what I'm doing, I'm going to move this plate to the side, and I'm going to bring in another one. I'm going to put some fresh, clean yellow on this plate. And I'm going to go get some very, very clean water. And I'm going to show you what I'm going to do for this bottom area. I actually really washed out my container too, so that I don't have any color on the sides. It's very, very clean. And I'm going to clean up some of this color that I've splattered everywhere. Okay. So as I was working on the branch, and as I am studying this background, because it's just not, those blue greens that are right in there, it's just not there yet for me. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn it this way. And I'm going to make sure my brush is really clean. I'm going to wet the whole thing. And again, see how all my color is staying right there, nothing's moving. Oh, geez, I forgot. Oh, I did get some yellow on there. Okay, I'm going to use a smaller brush so I don't have any little chunks of yellow that get stuck on there like I did with that red. Okay, I got my yellow, pick some of that up, and here I go. Now I'm rinsing my brush, getting most of that yellow off. Now just a little bit. And look at the difference. That's all it really needed. I was, and sometimes it is so hard when I'm painting and I'm talking and people are asking questions, because that's what you want to do. And something was just looking a little bit too flat. And what it was I did not have enough blues and greens. Okay, now I got to get back to okay, there we go. Actually, I need to put some clean blue over here. Hopefully you can already see what a difference it made just adding that layer of yellow. Yellow is I cannot tell you how important yellow is. That is your anchor color. It really is important. pull my other plate back and grab some red from there. Oh my gosh. Ooh, thank gosh there's a lot of paint on there. Okay, there we go. See how much water I have on my brush, and I'm using this giant brush. Just slopping that water on there to up that saturation and the value. And much better. I am so much happier with that. I can still see all the colors underneath, but it just needed a little bit more. Now I'm picking up even more yellow. Barely touching the paper. Okay, I'm going to put those down and wipe off that edge and go ahead and dry it. What a difference, right? Whew! Problem solved. Let's see, Yvonne, is this image from Pixabay? Actually, you may not have heard me say this earlier, but the background was mine, and this blossom is from one that I took back in New Orleans quite a while ago. Okay, now I'm going to turn this around. It's looking weird right there because you're seeing the reflection of that water as soon as that evens out. And then, of course, now I really have to get that branch dark. But that's going to look good because it's going to all kind of blend in into that area. Okay, I can stop there for a minute. It's all... Wait, can I? Ooh, look at that. Okay. Okay, clean. Just want to make sure everything's clean. And already that's looking much better. I just have to... Obviously gonna have to take care of that branch and get that in. And I'm thinking it's going to need even more yellow, believe it or not. I'm going to have to put more yellow. Now I've noticed in here, it's really, it's a little bit more yellow on there, but I'm actually okay with that. I kind of like it that way. So let me get this image turned around. There we go. Hopefully everybody can see that it's actually a lot closer now to that image. So I'm pretty happy with that so far. And of course now I still have to, going to have to do a lot of work around those edges, but it's got to be really, really dry. Let me dry it a little bit more. Still got some more. Okay, so already I can see that even though that area, you know, I just didn't have enough color on it. Already it's just looking 10 times better. I could even go even farther with the saturation, but what I think I need to do is let it dry completely. I might need to retape this bottom too, but I'll do that later on tonight. I thought it would help having some extra tape on there, but it's not. Oh, good, Mary, I just saw. Oh, yeah, it's starting to happen now. It is. It is, and that's just it. I mean, there comes a point where you can, you know, just get so, just that weird feeling, that drop in your stomach, like, you know what, this is just not going to turn out the way I want. I don't think this is going to work. But it's going to happen. I think this is going to look really good. But one thing I'm going to have to do is definitely take this off because it's sunk underneath. And I didn't realize I was putting so much water on there. And now I'm going to have to leave that off. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. Okay. So now I'm going to go ahead and go right in that area. Same thing, a little bit of yellow. Rinsing my brush off. Actually, I need, again, I should put some red on there because I need some of the Quinacridone Rose. And then I'll have to clean my palettes. And a little bit of that blue. And more blue. A little bit more blue. I am running out of room. I'm definitely going to have to clean my palettes. Okay, let me get some of this cleaned off. Actually, I need to go back to a small brush. There we go. Now over into this area. And again, it's on dry paper. But nothing from my backgrounds is lifting, so that's good. Happy with that. Just adding a little bit more blue, just trying to get some variation in this area. And same down in here, just a little bit more color. A little bit more blue. All right. Not too bad so far. I feel like I've got the same values there. Probably need to add, you know, I've got to come in here and add more yellow. And yeah, you're probably going, oh my God, she just put water on there. Water and color. But it's okay. I have so many layers at this point now that I can just take my brush and I can just blend it right out. And then by the time this dries, you won't even see those marks. Because there's quite a few, there's a lot of paint and the layers have built up enough. So this background down here is finally starting to come together. All right. I think it's looking pretty good. I have to get some water and then we can go back there and I'm going to finish up that background. Oh, see, just walking away for those few minutes. Wow, that is really starting to come together. Okay, so I'm going to pull this down just a little bit. I would like to get this background done before I go on to the petals. And I'm going back to using, wait, let me get some paper towels. I need paper towels. I feel like I'm mowing through a small forest, but I need paper towels. Okay, keep these over here. And I'm going to use my very big let me think here for a minute. That's my number 12. Give me just a sec here. I don't know if, I think this is going to help me blend out. Okay, because I want to get this background done. I am going to use, boy, you can tell this thing is old, right? It's from Dick Blick. It's called Cat's Tongue. And it's just really it holds a lot of water and it's going to help me blend out this background. So I'm going to set it to the side. And I'm also going to use my the dragon's tongue for putting the color in, and I'm going to use this to kind of blend it out. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ignore this area. I'm not worried about it because that's a lot of white. I didn't think I was gonna, I rarely use this brush, but it's very good on occasion for blending things out. So I'm gonna set that down. I'm gonna grab some of that red. And a little bit of yellow. I don't know, maybe I won't need that cat's tongue. Let's see. Nope, never mind. I didn't like the way it left a point. I have a lot of water on my brush, by the way, because I did not wet this. So, you know, I altered my plan. Sometimes you have to do that. I think that bigger brush too is helping to blend out these colors a little bit. And I've got lots of water on my brush. Let me make sure that doesn't make a hard edge. Now I'm going to go to my number 12 silver white. And I did kind of come in a little bit on some of my petals, but I'll fix that. One of the reasons why I'm able to do this is because, you know, your paper has sizing, and that sizing is stopping the paper from absorbing the water so that it kind of sits on the top. Well, now that I've disturbed all that, and it's sunk into the paper, I kind of lost my train of thought. Sorry about that. So basically what's happening is I'm not having to worry about the color making a line. As long as I keep in mind, I'm going to turn this a little bit. As long as I keep in mind my water, what I'm doing with my water, I'm okay. I'm using bigger brushes. I'm using a lot of water. See how much water is in that brush? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to scrub out some of these areas. So that I have some nice white highlights. More water and spreading that color out. All the while I'm feeling with my brush, just by focusing on it and looking and seeing how much water is actually on that brush, how much water is actually in that paper. Now I'm going to go back to a smaller brush and I'm going to pick up some of that red and get it down into that little area and brush it back in there. Maybe a little bit of purple. Now a little bit of yellow right along that edge. More water. And I'm looking into the side and I'm making sure everything's still nice and glossy. I've put enough water on the paper. Probably could use to put, I'm going to turn it again. Some more color down in there. And let's turn it a little bit. I just picked up a tiny bit of yellow just to add some variation back in here. There. Maybe a little bit more red. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and dry it. Oh, somebody's saying that they see that Magnolia image on Pixabay, and that could be. I have probably 400 or 500 different Magnolia blossoms on my or in a file. Sorry about that. And the background, so I took the Magnolia blossom and I cut it out and then I put it on this background. So yes, that is possible. Oh, let's see. Isn't that crazy? That took almost 5 hours. Well, probably didn't take 5 hours considering that. Oh, yikes. I thought that was dry. Considering that I went over and we did a, talked about color and I did the color wheel recipe card. So yeah, it didn't quite take that, but it was close. Okay, it's getting there. Some of the things I'm going to need to work on is the edges. We want to make sure that those are nice and crisp and yet don't look like they're cut out and put on the background. So that's something important that I need to do. And I think it's going to be a couple of more hours and then I'm going to be able to get into the blossoms. Honestly, when you look at them, it's really all these lower images right there, these lower spots that have all the color in them. There's so much white up in here that it isn't going to take long to get the rest of these filled in. But definitely the areas I want to work on are the branches, because I want to make sure that that branch doesn't look like it's just cut out and stuck on there. So that's going to be some work. And I am going to go ahead and take a number 2 right now, and I'm going to turn this again. And I am going to get that little area right in here. Let's zoom in on this a little bit. Okay. Mix up a little bit of that blue. Drop in a little bit of that yellow and some of that red. That's a lot more blue. It's getting there. Okay, I'm going to leave that to dry, and now I'm going to come over here and work a little bit more on this. Oops. That was a little bit. There we go. So what I want to try to do is blend this edge in a little bit more. I don't want it to be standing out from that background. I want it to really, really blend in there. Okay, so I'm going to move this and I'm going to bring back my really, really messy palette because now I want all these colors. So it's just wet on dry. I just picked up a little bit of water. I'm going to try to soften this line a little bit here. A little bit more yellow. So again, my paint is a little bit thicker. And I'm going to cover those little spots with some yellow. And more yellow. Soften this area a little bit. I need more yellow. And this is the area I was talking about up in here. So what I'm doing, I thought I was going to use my scrubber brush, but no. I'm going to go ahead. I'm just using my brush and I'm just softening those little edges and adding that yellow in there because there's a lot of yellow. Accidentally to hit that background. That's okay though. Forgot that wasn't as dry. And okay, so right into here. And again, I'm softening. Now I'm going to switch to some red. See how I moved from that yellow right into that red? And so now it's starting to develop some values. Go right along the inside here. Need a little bit of yellow down in this little area. And a little bit more yellow right in there. Let's fix that edge of that blossom. There we go. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take some yellow right along that edge, just soften it. I just rinsed my brush. Now let's fix this little edge. See, I'm just softening it. Okay, now I just didn't want to forget to come over here and separate out those little, I lost a little one right there, but I'll pick it up later. And I lost that one right along this little edge, and I really liked that one too. That's okay. And I'm going to have to take my scrubber brush along there. And so now, let's see if I can do it with my brush or if I'm going to need my scrubber brush. Just adding a little bit more color. Because you have to remember, if you just completely make it one solid color, it's just going to look kind of odd. And I'm definitely going to need a scrubber brush in there. And I'm going to need a clean area to do that little green bud opening. So I'm going to put that palette aside. Clean this up a little bit. I have a lot of yellow. I have a lot of yellow on there now. That's okay though. I'm going to go ahead and put some red back on there. Nope, I don't need any of that. I'm going to ignore that for right now because I just want to make a nice, beautiful green without any red getting in there because I want to kind of get that little leafy area right there. There we go. Zoom back in. That's what it really needed too, was that beautiful bright yellow. I am gonna, let's see, I'm going to lighten up some of these lines right here just a bit. And I didn't wet this. This is just the undercoating of that yellow. And you know what? Let me, I should have flipped that around. There we go. Okay. Let's get some more yellow. What's going to really make it all come together is when we start getting those bright reds and those really dark valued roses in there. That's going to really make it come forward. But right now it looks a little off. So I'm going to come right in here and fix this edge. I just think it needed a little bit more color, but then, oh, well, gosh, I was off the screen. I think I'm tired of painting. I'm going to stop for a little bit. I can tell I'm running out of steam now. I'm going to turn this around. Okay, let me zoom out. Let me turn the image around. There we go. Whew, okay. I am feeling a little, yeah. I can tell, like, I think I've kind of run out of steam a little bit. And, oh, I'm amazed that you painted for 4 hours. Actually, I'm looking, it says 5 hours, 9 minutes, and 14 seconds. So, yeah, that's a lot of painting. So, okay, but again, and it's always odd to me because you just get to this point where you can see where it needs to go, but it just looks a little weird. But honestly, you're going to be able to see how once I deepen these colors and start getting in the details, all of this is really going to start standing out from the background. It just needs to be a little bit darker. I need to adjust the branch a little bit, but once we get there, fix it right along there. And once I start building up all those values, it's gonna look really good. Oh, Wendy, a bit of topsy-turvy. Yeah. I'm like, I'm looking at this painting and going, okay, I think I'm done. I mean, not done with the painting. I think I'm just done painting for right now. Because, you know, obviously I'm going to look and I'm I'm kind of a perfectionist. I want to keep painting until I get every little thing just the way I want it. So I'm always having to balance the things I think you need to see, but what I want to do, if that makes any sense. So it's always this balancing act of, am I doing too much? Am I doing not enough? Well, if it were me, honestly, if it were me, I could easily work on this background for another, well, other than taking a break, easily I could put in another few hours. So anyhow, let's see. Wendy's saying this is looking great. Mary, how do you sit there that long? I have gotten up at least 5 times for more tea and potty breaks. Yeah, I'm about to that point. Let's see, at Shilpy, it's amazing what you're doing. Oh, thank you, Shilpy. And Chupasia, I took a nap in between. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, let's face it, none of us really can paint for that long. I'm getting better at it though, because obviously, I can't just paint for 2 hours and then go away, especially when I'm teaching. But, so I am definitely going to have to do another live stream. And I think if I get a chance, what I might do is maybe stream again tomorrow. That's probably what I'm gonna do. But even if you can't join back, it's gonna be there, because once I'm done, obviously, every time I film, it goes ahead and saves it as a replay. So yes, it will get there. But thanks everybody. It is looking beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna switch to the front. I'm gonna hold it up this way too. See, yeah. So it's definitely it's getting there. And see how just changing from my camera facing down to my forward Mac cam. I mean, you can see how the colors kind of change a little bit depending on what camera is going on there. And give me just a sec. All right, come on, guys. My poor puppies, they just wanted, okay, come here. I'm gonna hold my little baby Sophie while we talk. Yes, I know, I missed you too. Okay, so anyhow, probably what I'm gonna do is film tomorrow, and then maybe if I have to film any more on Sunday. So let's see what everybody else is saying. And Wendy says, time goes by fast when you're having fun. Yeah, it actually was having fun. Of course, again, I always get to that point where I'm like, there's so much. I thought I was going to have that, the background done a lot quicker than I did. But I never want to go too much when, I'm painting. It's so much easier to just build up those beautiful blends than try to do it by scrubbing out. And I am going to have some areas where I scrub out, some of those areas to the right. But Sophie, everybody's saying how cute you are. No more licks. Everybody's saying you're cute. And she is. She's adorable. She's my sweetheart. Okay, down you go. She just so badly wanted to say hi. And Wendy, it looks even better with you holding it up. Yeah, it really does. That is a drawback to live streaming or doing online tutorials, is how I see it, how my cameras see it, how your cameras see it, or your, whether you have a PC or an iPhone, iPad, desktop, it all kind of, it makes a huge difference. But it's looking great. Thanks so much. Oh, you're very welcome. But don't forget, I'm not done. I'm gonna keep streaming, and because it's a replay, you can come back and watch it that way. And Claudette, I'm always a bunch slower, but I can see I will get there. Thanks for getting us this far. Oh, you're very welcome. It is gonna take a little bit more. And Wendy, I'm learning a lot from watching you work. Thank you. Even with those mistakes, right? The funny thing is if you look off into the corner, you can't really see it. It's kind of there. But I think what I'm going to do is I will like make a highlight, like make a round highlight there. So bring the highlight up in here and there, and I'll scrub that little spot out. So yeah, you got to fix mistakes. And Shannon, hi Shannon. It looks really great. You are so good at explaining along the way. Thank you. That's a hard thing to do, but I could tell as this has been winding down, I'm like, I haven't been talking as much. I'm like, I don't know what to say now. Like, just, you just get to the point where that's a lot. So, Shannon, this may have been one of your best tutorials yet, Debbie. You are getting more and more comfy. Aw, Shannon. Thank you so much. I felt really relaxed doing this. But again, I want to keep going over and over it till I get that background really to the values and the saturation it should be. So that actually, that's a good lesson. You can really see how, I hope all of you aren't too hard on yourself, because you can see how I sometimes know what I'm doing, but look at how many times I've had to go over that and over that, keep rethinking those colors. Do I need to do this? Let me get some more water. Some of you may do 1 or 2 layers and think, why can't this look like this person's looks when I look at their painting? Well, this is why. It takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot of work. It takes hours sometimes, especially on backgrounds. You have to keep going. Don't give up. Make sure you use the right amount of water. And that's exactly what I was talking about overworking. A lady asked me yesterday about looking at her paintings and talking about overworking. And I said, I'm just not a fan of that word. I would much rather say that you can keep going over and over something. You just have to know what is going on with water. How much water are you using? How is it relating to that paint? And obviously you can tell that. I mean, how many times, I tried some different techniques, and everything is still looking very smooth. I don't have anything streaked, and that's all because I was paying attention to how much water I had on that paper. And you're such a blessing. You make me want to paint and feel more confident. Well, look, you should. You should. Michelangelo did not paint the Sistine Chapel in a week. He had assistants. He had people helping him. He traced a lot of things with pounce pads and parchment paper onto the walls. It takes time. It takes a lot of time sometimes to really start building your skills. And it's easy to give up. It's hard to keep going, but I think that's what makes us get better, is when we just keep going, and you got to keep trying. So really, everybody, it's a piece of paper, it's some pigment, and it's your brushes. Keep going. If you feel like this didn't turn out, rewatch this, draw it out again, and try painting it again. And I've painted things over and over, and nothing, even for me, ever works out exactly the way I want it. So that's important. Let's see. I can never know how to pronounce this. Jupeja? I'm not really sure, but I learn a lot from you. You've been painting for a long time now, but when you started the branch and said to make it stand out, but also blend it in, I've never noticed that before. Yeah, that's kind of a weird thing. You have to know how much blending to get on the edges. Otherwise, it just looks like you took a pair of scissors and cut things out. But it has to blend in, but also stand out. And Shupasha. Okay. Yay. Haha, that's funny. I'll try to remember that next time. And Wendy, thank you for sharing your talents with us. You're very welcome. I'm so excited. I have a lot of stuff coming up, though. I am actually going back now that I have better equipment. I'm going to be doing a lot of video on demand. So I'm going to film small tutorials and then get them edited and then get them put up on my website. So over the next few months, I'm going to have a lot of stuff coming up. So I'm pretty excited about that. And it's going to be a lot of fun things like butterflies on close-up flowers and some still lifes. Just a lot of fun things to do. Let's see. Sue, I'm going to try again because I wasn't able to get the correct yellow, nor the Arches 300 pound. Anyway, I tend to do a couple of times. Good for you. So I cannot stress enough Arches. I know we all have the paper discussion, and there are other brands, but I've noticed with my new batch of my 300 pound cold press, I am not having any problems with it. It's fine. So it must have been that Arches had an issue with production a year or two ago, but it looks like they've worked it out, and this paper is absolutely fine. If you were doing this on 140 pound, that's a lot more difficult, but yeah. And so Wendy, I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for all your wonderful. I can't wait for the next video. Oh yeah, I have a whole bunch coming up. You know, things take time. It takes time to, without going to film school, it takes time to learn how to speak, how to think, how to paint. And of course, you all know this. Some of you know this. I do all this without an assistant, all on my own. In fact, it's quite funny because yesterday I almost had a meltdown. Because my camera wasn't working. I had to call tech support and finally got it working. So, phew, dodged that bullet. But luckily I have good equipment now, so I can start putting more out quicker. And that way you can just watch them when you want. And my website's really growing, so it's all. I don't want to use the word paid off, but I really feel like I've helped people, and hope people have grown and not given up on watercolor and learned that you can create just stunning things with just, 3 colors. So it's all good. Everything's good. Life for me right now, I feel like I'm just really happy. I love doing this. And I love when I feel people really move forward and I see where they start and where they get to, and that I may have had a small part of that. It is a wonderful feeling. You can't buy feelings like that. You really can't. And just knowing that we're all on some sort of journey or another together, right? Like we're all on this little watercolor journey, and it's so fun. You should feel like you're part of like this little tribe, and we're all just learning from each other. And I think that's a good thing. So again, I'm not sure what time tomorrow, but here's the thing. If you make sure on this YouTube channel, hit that little notification thing, and it will either, depending on how you use it, I think it will also send you an email. But what I'll do later on is I'll decide what time I want to start streaming, and if anybody does want to watch, if they can, I'll make sure that link is in my Thinkific course page. Had to think about that for a minute. So it will be in there, and that way you've got it. And you can watch it anytime. And I'm not sure how long I will paint tomorrow. But I'm going to really, really try to get most of it done. It may be. Who knows? I may have to do a little bit on Sunday. But we'll see. So I am going to sign off. And thank you, everybody, for supporting me and watching me. It's a great feeling. And I feel like things are just going to get even better, and I can't wait to see what I'm going to be doing next. And okay, so anyhow, I'll quit rambling, and everyone, I'm going to sign off, and I will see you all tomorrow. And let's see, really feeding off your enthusiasm. I know I've said it before, but your class has honestly been life-changing for me. Thank you. That's It's very kind, and that makes me feel really good. And don't we all need that in the world today? I think we really do. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have art. It just fulfills my life. And even if you just paint just because you can, or just because you want to, it's a hobby. What a great feeling it is to pick up a paint or pick up a brush and some paint, and just, even if it's a little creation, it just is, it's such a wonderful feeling. And I'm glad I'm on this journey with everybody. And everybody has actually really helped bring me out of my shell for teaching. I was always so scared about it, and that fear is gone now, and I really feel that I'm getting better at it, and I'm enjoying it more. So bye everybody, and Rowena, I think it is, and thank you too. So I will hopefully see as many of you as join or watching the replay. I'll be back on tomorrow. So thanks everybody. Bye-bye.